Good morning. This meeting is called to order, and I extend a warm welcome to all, including shareholders joining us electronically. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the 9th Annual General Meeting for the JMMB Group Limited, and I hope you are all keeping safe. As you will note, this year we are having a limited number of shareholders in person, as well as shareholders, media personnel, and other stakeholders joining us virtually. I am happy to see a few familiar faces, even though I had to look twice to recognize someone who now has a full head of white hair. Where is Mr. Staple? It was hard to recognize you at first, Mr. Staple. We ask shareholders present to adhere to the protocols emailed to you. Let us stand for the national anthem of Jamaica. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And please join us in prayer as I ask team member Mrs. Denisha Ways-Hamilton from our Client Partnership Unit to offer prayers on our behalf. Denisha.
Let us quiet our hearts as we seek the face of our Heavenly Father. Most kind, righteous, and eternal Father, we want to thank you for life. We pause this morning to acknowledge your goodness, your mercies, and your grace. We thank you for each team member, each shareholder, leader, director that make up the JMMB family. You have been good to us. You have blessed us individually and collectively as an organization, and we give you thanks. You have allowed us to experience victories and growth despite the challenges of the pandemic and the economic climate in which we serve. As we continue to navigate, we ask that you'll give us vision and direction, that you will help us to be resilient, to be innovative, and to continue to do our best for our team members and for our clients. We pray that you'll grant our leaders and directors vision as they continue to dream and strategize for the growth of JMMB and our country. We have gathered here this morning to engage in meaningful discussions and to make decisions for the continued growth of this organization. We invite your Holy Spirit to be with us, and may everything be done in good order. Through Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Denisha. Thank you. The year has been mixed for us all in a number of ways, but along the way we have lost a number of family, friends, and shareholders. I would like us to now take a minute's silence, or take a minute of silence for those who we have lost during the year. Minute starts now. Eternal rest grant unto them, and let perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. Amen. We'll now have the vision of love and ask team members across the group to read excerpts. We'll have Mr. Sean Moses, the CEO of JMMB Bank, Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Sharon Gilzine from JMMB Insurance Brokers Limited, CEO of JMMB Brokers Limited, and Mr. Jesus Corneo, CEO of the SAFI in Dominican Republic. Sean? Oh, Sharon first.
JMMB Group is seeking to create an organizational environment in which team players can achieve their full potential. Accordingly, the teams within the group are committed to a long-term, ongoing process of holistic development that recognizes the complete development of the individual. The JMMB Group is therefore a medium through which individuals may have dreams for themselves and can extend those dreams beyond the organization into an infinite, prosperous, and abundant society and universe. Each person is loving and respectful of each other and represents an important link in a chain of love, serving each other, sharing ideas, building each other. Hence, the JMMB vision is shared by all team players.
The JMMB team is clear that the organization is based on unconditional love and mutual respect. This love is expressed in ongoing day-to-day working relationships and performance. Unconditional love is expressed in every interaction and is a foundation upon which the organization rests. Love motivates the JMMB team to serve our clients, who are a very special part of our family. The driving force of the organization is to provide opportunities for team players to expand their potential, to recognize the power within them, and their ability to fully express and manifest this power to the benefit of the individual, the organization, and the entire society. In the process, all individual and organizational goals are achieved.
The atmosphere that JMMB is in the process of developing may be defined as an energy field where overlapping circles of creativity, passion, excitement, fun, and laughter coexist in a dynamic process that ultimately leads to higher levels of self-actualization, hence the achievement of the organizational mission. This is a loving, caring, and honest atmosphere where ideas are valued and shared openly, where a balance is created between aspirations and practical aspects of work and life, between actualization and potential. There are no fears, no limitations, no boundaries. Team members are therefore expected and encouraged to be genuine, taking responsibility to express anything they feel, knowing that it is safe to do so. To ensure this, JMMB is committed to providing an open forum for ideas to be discussed, tested, and implemented in order to help each other grow.
Thank you, Sharon, Sean, and Jesus. Now, the notice of the AGM, I'll ask Ms. Carolyn DaCosta, our Corporate Secretary, to read the notice convening the meeting.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Notice is hereby given that the 9th Annual General Meeting of JMMB Group Limited will be held on Thursday, September 22, 2022 at 10 a.m. Jamaica time in a hybrid format. 1 at the Jamaica Pegasus Grand Jamaican Suite, 81 Knoxwood Boulevard, Kingston 5, subject to pre-registration, and 2 via electronic means in accordance with the provisions of the Companies Act of Jamaica 2004 as amended, to consider and if thought fit to pass the following ordinary resolution. Resolution 1, to receive the reports of the directors and auditors and the audited accounts for the 12 months ended March 31, 2022. That the reports of the directors and the audited accounts for the year ended March 31, 2022, circulated with the notice convening the meeting be and are hereby adopted. Resolution 2, to ratify interim dividend payments and declare them final. That the interim dividends of 60 cents paid on September 9, 2021, 25 cents paid on January 7, 2022, and 25 cents paid on July 11, 2022, making a total payment of $1.10 for the year, be and are ratified and declared as final, and that no further dividend be paid in respect of the year under review. To reappoint directors. The directors retiring, Resolution 3, to reappoint directors. The directors retiring from office by rotation pursuant to Article 105 of the company's Articles of Incorporation are Mrs. Audrey Wells, Mr. Andrew White, Mr. H. Wayne Powell, and Mr. Wayne Sutherland, all of whom, being eligible, offer themselves for re-election. To consider and if thought fit to pass the following resolution. Resolution 3A, that Mrs. Audrey Wells be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Resolution 3B, that Mr. Andrew White be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Resolution 3C, that Mr. H. Wayne Powell is and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Resolution 3D, that Mr. Wayne Sutherland be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Resolution 4, to appoint auditors and authorize the directors to fix the remuneration of the auditors. That KPMG Chartered Accountants, having agreed to continue in office as auditors, be and are hereby appointed auditors of the company to hold office until the end of the next annual general meeting at a remuneration to be fixed by the directors of the company. Resolution 5, to approve directors' remuneration. That the amount included in the audited accounts of the company for the year ended March 31, 2022, as remuneration for their services as director, be and is hereby approved. Dated on the 27th day of July, 2022, by the Board of Directors. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I now take this opportunity to introduce you to the Board of Directors. Well, I'm Archibald Campbell, the chairman, and to my far left is Mr. Wayne Powell, Mrs. Donna Duncan Scott, and Mr. Dennis Harris. To my immediate right is Mr. Keith Duncan. Next beside him, we have Mr. Wayne Sutherland and Mrs. Patricia Daly-Smith. Joining us virtually are Mr. Andrew Cockin, Mrs. Audrey Dare Williams, Mr. V. Andrew White, Mrs. Audrey Wells, Dr. Ann Crick, oh, I'm going too fast, Dr. Ann Crick, Mr. Reese Kong, Miss Patria K. Aarons, and Mr. Hugh Duncan. And you would have met our corporate secretary, Mr. Costa. She has disappeared again. Okay, she's there. I will now share the guidelines for the meeting for those joining virtually. These have been developed to ensure that the meeting proceeds smoothly and efficiently as possible, while ensuring that the members have an opportunity to participate as usual in the meeting. Questions via chat feature that is online. All microphones will be muted until the question and answer section. You may communicate with us via the chat feature or by sending an email to AGM, all lowercase, AGM_questions at jmmb.com. During the question and answer section, please use the chat feature to ask your question. Kindly identify yourself, stating your full name in the chat when asking a question or making a comment. This may be needed for the recording of the minutes. For those questions sent in prior to the meeting and which relate to the business under consideration at the meeting, we will address them here once time allows. In the event that they are not addressed in the meeting by the end of the allotted meeting time, we will respond to you via email within 3 working days after the AGM. How to ask questions? Select the Q&A option that is located to the right of your screen. Enter your questions into the text box provided. Select the send button located to the right of the text box. How to speak? Select speak icon at the bottom of your screen. Select allow on the pop-up that appears at the top left of your screen. You can then use the microphone icon to mute or unmute as appropriate. Select raise hand icon and wait to be acknowledged before unmuting. And these guidelines are also on the platform. Questions for shareholders present. You may raise your hand, and when acknowledged, you may ask your question. We ask that you ask no more than 2 questions so as to allow others to be able to participate as well. In addition to the above guidelines, the following applies to all participants. In an attempt to make the AGM as succinct as possible, we ask that you limit your questions to 2. Repeat, we ask that you limit your questions to 2. As this is a hybrid meeting, we will endeavor to end by 1 p.m. Hence, we need to use our time efficiently. Members whose votes were already cast, whether by use of the electronic platform or via proxy, will not vote. Only those members who have not yet voted shall vote electronically at that time. We will permit a 30-second period after each resolution is tabled to facilitate the voting process for the remaining members who are now voting. Only ordinary shareholders are permitted to vote at the AGM. Shareholders joining us in person will vote via raise of hand. We decided to open the AGM to a limited number of shareholders who pre-registered. It is our aim to ensure that we continue to exercise the protocols to keep everyone safe. We ask that you kindly adhere to the protocols that were shared with you at registration. At voting, we will count your votes and add to the votes on the platform. Okay? Minutes of last year's AGM. I also take this opportunity to inform you that the share register and the articles of incorporation are available for inspection by members. Copies of the minutes of the annual general meeting held last year is also available, should you require a copy. The auditor's report. I now invite Ms. Cynthia Lawrence, partner of KPMG, to read the auditor's report to the members.
Good morning, everyone. Independent Auditor's Report to the members of JMMB Group Limited. Report on the audit of the financial statements. Opinion. We have audited the separate financial statements of JMMB Group Limited, the company, and the consolidated financial statements of the company and its subsidiaries, the group, set out on pages 10 to 122, which comprise the group's and company's statements of financial position as of 31 March 2022, the group's and company's profit and loss accounts, statements of profit or loss and other comprehensive income, changes in stockholders' equity and cash flows for the year then ended, and notes comprising significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the financial position of the group and the company as of 31 March 2021, and of the groups, that should be 2022, and of the groups and company's financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS, and the Jamaican Companies Act. Basis for opinion. We conducted our audit in accordance with International Standards on Auditing, ISAs. Our responsibilities under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements section of our report. We are independent of the company in accordance with the International Ethics Standards Board to account for Accountants' International Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, including International Independent Standards, the ISBA Code, and we have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with the ISBA Code. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. Key audit matters. Key audit matters are those matters that, in our professional judgment, were of most significance in our audit of the financial statements of the current period. These matters were addressed in the context of our audit of the financial statements as a whole and informing our opinion thereon, and we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. Item 1, fair value of investments. Key audit matter. A significant portion of the group's investment securities measured at fair value are instruments for which quoted prices are not available. Valuation of these investments, although based on observable market inputs, requires significant estimation. Management use valuation techniques which involve inputs such as market yields obtained from established yield curves, which are impacted by uncertainty of market factors. Though market conditions have improved since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, There has been continued volatility of prices in various markets, which has increased estimation risk for yields and prices used in determining fair values. How the matter was addressed in our audit? Our procedures in this area included the following: assessing the design and operating effectiveness of the group's controls over the determination and computation of fair values, challenging the reasonableness of yields or prices by comparison to independent pricing sources, assessing the reasonableness of significant assumptions used by management, involving our valuation specialists to determine or obtain yields or prices of specific securities, and comparing these yields or prices to those used by management, assessing the adequacy of the disclosures, including the degree of estimation involved in determining fair values and sensitivities to changes in key assumptions. Number 2, measurement of expected credit losses on financial assets, the key audit matter. The group recognizes expected credit losses, ECL, on financial assets, the determination of which is highly subjective and requires management to make significant judgments and assumptions. The key areas that required greater management judgment included the determination of significant increase in credit risk, which is SIC-R, the determination of probability of default, loss given default, exposures at default, and the application of forward-looking information. Whilst there has been improvements in market conditions since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, there is still uncertainty regarding the outcome of the pandemic. This continues to require increased judgments in determining increases in credit risk and uncertainties about potential future economic scenarios and other impact on credit losses. Significant management judgment and assumptions are also used in determining the appropriate variables and assumptions in the model used to measure expected credit losses. The use of these judgments and assumptions increases the risk of material misstatement and is therefore an area of increased audit focus. How the matter was addressed in our audit. Our procedures in this area included the following: updating our understanding of the models used by management for the calculation of expected credit losses, including governance over the determination of key judgments and assumptions. Testing the design and implementation of the controls over the determination of expected credit losses. Testing the design and operating effectiveness of the key controls over the completeness and accuracy of the key data inputs in the IFRS 9 impairment models. Testing the completeness and accuracy of the data used in the models to the underlying accounting records on a sample basis. Involving our financial risk modeling specialists to evaluate the appropriateness of the group's impairment methodologies, including the SIC-R criteria used, independently assessing the assumptions for probability of default, loss given default, exposure default, and the incorporation of forward-looking information. Evaluating the adequacy of the financial statements disclosures, including disclosures of the key assumptions and judgments. 3, impairment assessment of investment in associate, the key audit matter. The market capitalization of the group shareholding in the associated company is below its carrying value, determined using equity accounting. This is determined to be an indicator of impairment for which management performed a formal impairment assessment. While there has been improvement in market conditions arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, there remains uncertainties regarding the outcome of the pandemic and the impact it will have on economic activities in the markets in which the associate operates. This creates some uncertainties forecasting and requires significant judgment in estimating future cash flows and determining appropriate discount rate used in the assessment of recoverable value. How the matter was addressed in our audit. Our procedures in this area included the following: involving our valuation specialists to review management's calculation of the recoverable amount of the investment and evaluating the assumptions and methodology used, comparing the group's assumptions to externally derived data as well as our own assessment of key inputs such as the discount rate, reviewing management's assessment of the forecasts performance of its investment, and performing inquiries with key management, and assessing the adequacy of the group's disclosures about the impairment assessment and the key assumptions and sensitivities used in the measurement of recoverable value. Other information. Management is responsible for the other information. The other information comprises information included in the annual report, but does not include the financial statements and our auditor's report thereon. The annual report is expected to be made available to us after the date of this auditor's report. Our opinion on the financial statement does not cover the other information, and we will not express any form of assurance conclusions thereon. In connection with our audit of the financial statements, our responsibility is to read the other information identified above when it becomes available, and in doing so, consider whether the other information is materially inconsistent with the financial statements or our knowledge obtained in the audit, or otherwise appears to be materially misstated. When we read the annual report, if we conclude that there's a material misstatement therein, we are required to communicate the matter to those charged with governance. Responsibilities of management and those charged with governance for the financial statements. Management is responsible for the preparation of financial statements that give a true and fair view in accordance with IFRS and the Jamaican Companies Act, and for such internal control as management determines is necessary to enable the preparation of financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. In preparing the financial statement, management is responsible for assessing the company's ability to continue as a going concern, disclosing as applicable matters relating to going concern, and using the going concern basis of accounting unless management either intends to liquidate the company or to cease operations or has no realistic alternative but to do so. Those charged with governance are responsible for overseeing the group's financial reporting process. Auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements. Our objectives are to obtain a reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but is not a guarantee that an audit conducted in accordance with ISOs will always detect a material misstatement when it exists. Misstatements can arise from fraud or error and are considered material if, individually or in aggregate, they could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decisions of users taken on the basis of these financial statements. Further description of our responsibilities for the audit of the financial statement is included in the appendix to this auditor's report, which I will read in a while. And this description forms part of our auditor's report. The appendix reads as follows. As part of an audit in accordance with ISOs, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. We also identify and assess the risk of material misstatement of the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error, design and perform audit procedures responsive to those risks, and obtain audit evidence that is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. The risk of not detecting a material misstatement resulting from fraud is higher than for one resulting from error, as fraud may involve collusion, forgery, intentional omissions, misrepresentations, or the override of internal control. Obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the group's internal control. Evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of accounting estimates and related disclosures made by management. Conclude on the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern basis of accounting, and based on the audit evidence obtained, whether a material uncertainty exists relating to events or conditions that may cast significant doubt on the company's ability to continue as a going concern. If we conclude that a material uncertainty exists, we are required to draw attention in our auditor's report to the related disclosures in the financial statements, or, if such disclosures are inadequate, to modify our opinion. Our conclusions are based on the audit evidence obtained up to the date of our auditor's report. However, future events or conditions may cause the company to cease to continue as a going concern. Evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the financial statements, including the disclosures, and whether the financial statements represent the underlying transactions and events in a manner that achieves fair presentation. Obtain sufficient, appropriate audit evidence regarding the financial information of the entities or business activities within the group to express an opinion on the consolidated financial statements. We are responsible for the direction, supervision, and performance of the group audit. We remain solely responsible for our audit opinion. We communicate with those charged with governance regarding, among other matters, the planned scope and timing of the audit and significant audit findings, including any significant deficiencies in internal control that we identify during our audit. We also provide those charged with governance with a statement that we have complied with relevant ethical requirements regarding independence and communicate with them all relationships and other matters that may reasonably be thought to bear on our independence and, where applicable, related safeguards. From the matters communicated with those charged with governance, we determine those matters that were of most significance in the audit of the financial statements of the current period and are therefore the key audit matters. Report on additional matters as required by the Jamaican Companies Act. We have obtained all the information and explanations which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purposes of our audit. In our opinion, proper accounting records have been maintained so far as appears from our examination of those records, and the financial statements which are in agreement therewith give the information required by the Jamaican Companies Act in the manner required. The engagement partner on the audit resulting in this independent auditor's report is Cynthia Lawrence. Signed, KPMG Chartered Accountants, Kingston, Jamaica, June 1, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. This year represents about 30 years. 30 years of our operations as JMMB. And we are going to be telling you some more about that. And who best to tell us about it than the 5th employee or 6th employee of JMMB. By the way, I think we started to employ people at below age at the time. Yeah? So she's not reflective of that. So Duncan Scott, our Group Chief Culture and Human Development Officer, will take us on a journey. Done.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we're not 30 yet, but we're previous, right? Because we're 30 November 6th. However, I am going to start off. So I get a chance because JMMB, the beginning of JMMB, but I want to go just a little before. So really, Mommy started her operations of JMMB in my apartment because she did not have, Mommy was living in her dream house at Hillshire. And her dream house at Hillshire did not have no electricity and no telephone, right? That is the kind, you already understand the kind of woman. But she is the first, she liked that Hillshire look on the water, and that's where she wanted her house to be. They did not yet have electricity and telephone getting there, but that was not her problem, right? So that is how Mommy ended up now in my apartment to find a place to set up JMMB. That was the beginning. But let's back up a little bit, because how we started now is that one day Dr. Noel Lyons called Mommy and said, Joan, I hear you have this idea. May have the same idea. Effectively, I'm just kind of paraphrasing, right? And they got together and they had lunch. And within Archie helped me to remember, within about 3 weeks, the business proposal was put together. Archie still have the business proposal, right? Within 3 weeks, Mommy put that business proposal together because it's an idea she had from a long time, and she was working on it. And while she's doing her studying and everything like that, she's just building out her thoughts around this idea, you know? So that, I mean, for entrepreneurs, you can just, you know, you have to do the work, put in the work. So when the opportunity came, she was ready. And so within 3 weeks, and when they went to the Jamaica Venture Fund, who Dr. Norline was the head of that, and that was his job, to really find great opportunities and create opportunities and fund them. And when they went to Jamaica Venture Fund, every single person on that board, every institution, except one, I'm not calling the name, wanted to be a part of it. You know, that was it. And within another 6 weeks, that is it. Mommy, so within that 6 weeks, now Mommy have to come to my apartment to find a location. And we find a location, I'm going to tell you a little more story. So we find a location, she found a location, she said we want to be by BOJ because we're doing money market. Right? So we want government securities and everything like that. We never really have to be, you know, but that is what our decision was. And we went close to BOJ on Ocean Boulevard. So here we are in a little, small unit, man, a very small unit. And Mommy buys some old furniture because JCTC, I think it's Jamaica Trading Jamaica Commodity Trading Company was closing down. So she buys some old furniture from them, used furniture. So that is our furniture first. And then she also used one little carpenter to go and put some little very ugly, not the kind of partitions we have today in our offices, but some real ugly ply gray, painted gray partition in the office. That is how I just telling you that too, because that show, if you're starting out, you don't go big and broad. You start small, and you know, that is how she was thinking. You're going to match your expenses to your revenue and that kind of thing. So that is the beginning of JMMB. So. And in short order, we want to acknowledge somebody who really helped us to put us, you know, in the public view. And I am going to say, as a client and a big supporter. And so we thought, when we're kicking off this, starting to think about our 30th and celebrate that, we wanted to celebrate this person. Somebody who stands for Jamaica, stand for Jamaican people. So he really, at that time, nobody knew about the money market. It's, you know, we have to try to educate everybody about what this money market, nobody else, there was no other, we're the only money market brokerage house, full stop. Full brokerage house, money market, nobody else. So we have to educate everybody about the money market. And this person was in that same, he had the same vision of ordinary Jamaicans being able to really take responsibility for their financial affairs and really do the work, do the right investment, and, you know, really lift up themselves. That was what he was standing for. He wanted every ordinary Jamaican to really uplift and move to a high, to make sure they enjoy a high quality of life. That's what he was about, education, empowerment. So that fit in right with us because that's what we were standing for. And so, Dr. Lakim Samaj, man, is the guy I'm talking about. Dr. Lakim Samaj, he was at that time the night doctor. That's a long time, we might not know, night doctor. And we just want to big him up and thank him. Because he had the vision, and the vision just come together, and he just promoted and educated around JMMB and the money market, and sent a lot of people say, take your life serious now, go on, set up your plan and that kind of thing. And after that, he went on to do even many more money expos and that kind of thing. So I am going to invite Dr. Lakim Samaj just to share with us. And there's like a memory lane thing about when he was the night doctor and how his support for JMMB. So he's going to come on right now. So let's put our hands together for Lakim. All right, we're having a little sound issue. We're not hearing Lakim, so we're going to ask Lakim to start over and ensure that, you know, this thing out whether you're muted or not. Right? You're not supposed to say if you're muted. You must say, if you're speaking, we cannot hear you. That's protocol. Not hearing it.
Check our people have it on mute.
Maybe we can continue and then we come back. We have to hear Lakim today. Yes, we're having technical difficulties. What we can do though is we can come back to, we can come back to Lakim because we really want to hear him stories when he was night doctor. Right. All right, so we're moving on and Keith is going to take the journey from here.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Thank you all for coming out. Morning to all those out here who have joined us virtually. Morning, Chairman. Morning, directors. Morning, all members of the media, team members, shareholders, clients. Good morning, all. It's good to be here once again. I think last year we're in much smaller kind of facilities due to COVID. So Carolyn DaCosta has expanded this year to have 30 shareholders present, and we're happy to have you all. And we're happy that where Jamaica is and where the world is in a different place from where we were last year. So we have to give thanks for that. And Donna Kay gave us a good sense of who Joan Duncan was and who Dr. Noel Lyon was, because Dr. Noel Lyon had to drive out to Hellshire and have meeting with no electricity and no water, right? And he had to really get a sense of that this is not the average corporate lady. You know what I mean? But Doc himself is not the average corporate guy. You know, Doc himself is a unique individual, a man that is just full of vision and possibility that we can do it. You know, and he gave Joan Duncan, along with the shareholders who came on board, and I don't think Joan could have get those shareholders on board, but Doc had enough currency with those shareholders to be able to bring them on board and start the journey for us. So as we continued our journey, Joan and Doc, and I think Archie came on very, very early as a director of the company, very, very early as a director of the company. I think Archie was with Mutual Security Bank at the time, and so Archie has been guiding the ship from then also. And so it was when Doc decided that he was going to hang up his, Archibald took the rein, and has provided a level of guidance for us, because Archie is a straight vision of love man, right? Come from that place. And, Archie, also want to acknowledge you, sir. Want to acknowledge you. And thank you. Is, even when I get on bad in some meetings sometime, Archie and like Dennis have to call me and say, no, Keith, let me teach you a little bit about protocol. Let me teach you about how to behave yourself. And then I have to call back everybody and apologize and behave myself. So, after the initial push and Dr. Simaj gave us the push and gave us the support. Donna Kay was our marketing manager. Donna, you're marketing and?
IT and...
yeah, marketing, IT, and risk. That was Donna's job. Donna's job was risk manager. You know, we're in trouble, right? Right, we were in trouble. We were in trouble. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know why JD give Donna risk manager work, right? But anyway, things work out. Things work out. And you know, Donna developed the campaign. No one knows the money market better than we do, full stop. And it used to come up on TV, right? Because nobody knows what JMMB is. And he'd come up on TV, I don't even know if it was JBC or TVG at the time, right? Come up on, like in the middle of the news, you see, no one knows the money market better than we do, full stop, and just gone. But that was the kind of creative marketing that was going on at the time. You understand? So we're stamping our presence with a company that nobody knew. Simaj really facilitated us in getting that word out to the average Jamaican that who we were standing for was given access to good returns that they could not access through the traditional financial services. And many people have met their financial goals as a result of JMB at that point in time, really providing access to secondary market instruments to Government of Jamaica offers, to commercial paper, to corporates, and really high returns, which helped them to combat inflation, which were at significant levels at that time. So JMMB really, that is where JMMB was able to build traction and build a base. So Simaj is ready to roll? Wonderful. Simaj, you hearing? We're not hearing yet. So let's see. Yeah, Donna said we can't say mute, but you check your mute button? In our thing. Okay. Okay, Simaj, what we're going to do is let's just continue to work on this. And I think we'll get there. And I hope that you can give us the time for us to be able to sort this out, because we really want to hear from you. Okay? Yeah. All right. So, we moved into our first downtown, as Donna Kay, Ocean Boulevard, right across from Bank of Jamaica. As Donna said, we want to be close to the center of activity. And that is where we were on Ocean Boulevard. That was that was our branch, head office, everything mixed up in one. And then we decided in a big strategy meeting that we have to move uptown. So we moved to Island Life, and we combined our head office and our branch in Island Life building, and that was like the total operations of JMMB. And we expanded from one side of the aisle to the next side of the aisle in Island Life. Huge expansion, like 100% expansion in terms of square foot, right? And then we moved. We took another decision and we said, okay, we now need to expand our footprint in Jamaica, and we moved into Mobay. Montego Bay, St. James was our first branch, and I think, there was like a nepotism thing going on there, because and I shouldn't say that, that's not a good word, but my cousin became the branch manager. Total capacity, but she was trustworthy, but had the capacity, and she grew that branch and did a tremendous job of growing that branch, right? But and I would say that was our first foray into outside of Kingston. Then we moved to Portmore, because you have to drive through Portmore to get to Hillshire, right? And JD was a member of the community of Portmore, and she decided that she wanted to put her footprint in Portmore, and therefore we moved into Portmore. We then moved on to say, okay, we need a bigger head office because we outgrow the space at Island Life. Yeah, we're hearing some sound now? We outgrew the space at Island Life, and we moved to head office in Horton Terrace. We purchased the land, and we said, we know what we're going to do. Build this head office, and we're going to rent out space because we don't need so much space. We don't need that much space. You know what I mean? And then we determined by the time we were to move in, we realized we need the space, right? And that became a branch on the ground floor, right? And JD's office, my mother's office, was right there in the middle of the branch, right? And she come out to the client them and rub them head and say, all is good, everything is good, and she'd be always sitting out there with the client. Another person who liked to rub shoulders with clients also and really get a good feel of them was our chairman, our former chairman, Doc Lyon. He would always be in the branches, just getting a feel. Because Doc, a lot of people did not know who Doc was, you know what I mean, outside of seeing him in the annual report picture. But he would always be in the branch, and my mother planted herself in the branch. Pat, let me tell you something now, we missed that. When JD set up JMMB, she decided she want the international audit firm to audit JMMB. So she called up her friend Pat from KPMG and said, Pat, right, I need you to audit what is our initial capital of $16 million, right? And Pat came on board, and Pat said, no, this lady really serious, man. She want KPMG, she can't go for, she was managing expenses in that regard, but because she had a great relationship with Pat, I'm sure Pat did kind of give her some kind of break. Pat, you give her a break? Okay. And that's how our relationship began with KPMG through Pat. And we have Cynthia now, the hardworking Cynthia, who every year she under a significant amount of pressure. And we appreciate you, Cynthia. So do we have Simaj online now? You want us to try now?
Is the audio clear now?
Okay, well, let's pray.
How are we doing now? My involvement with JMMB goes back to the very beginning. I had this program called the Night Doctor. And one day I saw this little ad in the newspaper about JMMB. I read the ad, but somehow the ad was not doing what the ad said it's supposed to be doing. Because a lot of the language was still language that only people who understand about money understood. And my research showed me that the average Jamaican banks, in the broad sense of the word, totally based on habit. The average Jamaicans know almost nothing about money. In fact, I wrote a column and I said 10 questions to ask a bank. And I had the privilege of seeing people walk into their bank with those 10 questions, because even what's compounded daily versus minimum monthly balance and all of those things. So I called and I spoke to someone, and they invited me to come down and explain to them what is it I was seeing and not seeing. Yes, I went down to Ocean Boulevard, a nice little office with about 9 people catch up inside there. And I suggested that I'm going to create a feature on my program called Money Management. And the objective is to teach people how money works. The basics. Let's go back to scratch. How does money work? And what is a money market instrument? And how it can work for you. And we did this week after week after week, explaining the basic information, going back to basics. And I'm sure a lot of Jamaicans still are in that category. I remember hearing from Donna saying that, look, within the early years, at least half of the people who came in the door said that Dr. Samaj sent them. Me never send nobody nowhere. I just explained to them how money works and what's a money market instrument, and JMMB did the rest. I remember some years after that, I was doing a focus group research for Donna when they were looking at some of the other instruments that they were doing. And one comment that a lady made when I shared it with Donna, Donna was quite upset. She said, you know, this lady said, Doc, me not like them stock business and all of that, you know. He said, JMMB, they're just like my credit union. I said, Donna, what she meant, it wasn't an insult. She felt so safe and comfortable with JMMB. But it just started by us literally educating the public, sharing the information. Here is how money works. Here is what a money market instrument is, and here is what JMMB can do for you. And 30 years later, from that little one-room office on Ocean Boulevard, now it has become what it has become. It is possible, folks. They had a vision, and they made it work. They believed in the vision, they took it to the people, they trusted the people, they shared this with the people, and the people responded. We are much better off because of JMMB.
Like him, I hope you're still on, because we really have to. This is community. This is Jamaica. This is Jamaica. We have a common vision. We have a vision. Like him have a vision. And look at the difference that made for so many Jamaicans. You guys get it? This is Jamaica. This is Jamaica. Like him, I just want to big you up and thank you and honor you for your vision for Jamaica. You have been standing for Jamaicans' well-being, financial well-being, psychological well-being, emotional well-being, right? And I just want to just big you up and honor you today and thank you for being that Jamaican that stand for Jamaica and stand on your values, and you've been consistent. From the beginning, you have been consistent stand for Jamaicans. Thank you very much, Lakem.
My pleasure and honor to be part of this process.
Thank you, Dr. Samaj. Okay, I need to move quickly along. As we then moved on, we established a footprint in Jamaica. JMMB Investments is growing. We're a single company, just an investment money market company. We then moved into JMMB Securities. We started our JMMB Securities company in 2002. But prior to that, we moved into Trinidad. And prior to my mother's death, she had gone to Trinidad because she wanted to make this a regional company, and she had hooked up with Lennox Archer, and she built a relationship, and we went into Trinidad, and we started with Caribbean Money Market Brokers, and that was in 1999, the year after my mother died. But she had done the groundwork, and we were able to move into CMMB then. Subsequent to that, we decided because we now have some regional expansion, now let us look at business line expansion. So, you know, we're starting to look at new business lines and moving out of the straight money market, fixed income securities, and we moved into JMMB Securities Limited. And this was with a good friend of ours, a good colleague of ours and friend too, Leo Williams, who was overseas, bright Jamaican man, came home. He had this idea to make a stock index, you know what I mean, an index approach to investing. And JMMB Securities was born with Leo Williams and us working together because we were fixed income. Leo brought that to the table, and that is where JMMB Securities started, and that's when we became a broker, an equities broker, and got our brokerage license to trade equities. And now we're number one in terms of transactions and number two in terms of value traded on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. So I have to acknowledge Leo Williams. In 2005, now we are saying, okay, we need to continue diversification, and we started JMMB Insurance Brokers. And this was because we thought we were we were always looking at the possibility of acquiring a commercial bank or to get into the banking space. But we had a huge client base by that time. We had maybe 100,000, 200,000 clients at the time, and we said we need to be able to offer other solutions to our clients. And this became an area that we moved into, JMMB Insurance Brokers. You just heard Sharon speak. And that has been a success for us also. But we know we need to fund this. How do we fund all this growth and expansion that's taking place? And in 2002, we did our listing. We did our road shows, went on the road, and we listed in 2003. Right? We listed at a price of $4.15. Today, the stock is trading at $40, 19 years later, at $40. Sometimes it goes as high as 60, and then when you have a downturn in the market, and the market is starving for good news, and BOJ pushing up interest rates, it have an impact on market, etc., etc., and we're at $40. But that's 1,000%, or 10 times where we listed in 2003. Now let's look at exchange rate, because if you look at exchange rate at the time, it was around. And I had my analyst, Wayne, help me with these calculations. The exchange rate was at around 51 at the time. I know we're at 150, so it's 3 times, right? But the JMB stock moved 10 times. So you're talking about a significant real return. So, right, a significant real return on your investment in real terms from over the 19 years, right? And we were successful, and we were able to raise $1 billion. That was like big, big money for us, $1 billion, you know what I mean? And then we then listed our first preference share in 2008. It was $2 billion. And last year, we did a $10 billion offer in about 2 years ago, a $10 billion offer. After we got into Trinidad and we were with CMMB, and CMMB took off big time. And you remember, we were a minority shareholder. We had 40% of, 45%, of CMMB. The balance was held by CLECO, which was this big insurance giant in Trinidad. And they did help us to get to build the footprint and build a presence in Trinidad. And we did build a significant presence with CMMB. And after that, in 2007, we then moved into the Dominican Republic, because we looked at the market. We said 10 million people right across the way, with a growing economy, and also in crisis there is opportunity. And DR had gone through an economic crisis, and they had to really look to restructure their economy, but it was very early in the day, and their fixed income market was totally, there was no order to that fixed income market. There was no yield curve, there was nothing. And in 2007, we went into the Dominican Republic with Mr. Guillermo Arancibia as our country manager, who we brought into Jamaica, interviewed him, and hired him immediately and say, go to the Dominican Republic and get us started. Right? We'd have, he's going for the first time, so I never have JD to go like Trinidad. And Guillermo lands in Domrep, and Guillermo is like, because he's from Chile. And he lands in the Domrep, and he says, okay, let me get started here. Anyway, we were able to hook up with Republic Bank, which is and Mr. Dave D'Souza, Julian can remind me. But we actually set up our office inside of another financial services company in the Dominican Republic. That's where we started, right? And we asked Curtis now, because Curtis was probably Matt Dowell, the only person that speaks Spanish at JMMB. And we said, Curtis, you are going to the Dominican Republic. And he was in IT, he was in IT, and said, Curtis, you're the man. We just know Guillermo, we know you, so please go with Guillermo to the Dominican Republic and get us started. right? And then we entered the Dominican Republic. That's how we entered. While we were doing so, an opportunity came up for a 50% acquisition of a commercial bank in Trinidad, Intercommercial Bank. We were able to move on that, spearheaded by Doc at the time, who thought that, yes, but Doc really pushed on that to get us to acquire that into the Intercommercial Bank. And 2012, Capital and Credit Financial Group was acquired. And from then, with Capital and Credit Financial Group, we were able to get our unit trust, and we got the Jamaica. Capital and Credit had actually acquired the Jamaica Unit Trust, the first unit trust in Jamaica, company in Jamaica. And we also were able to get a remittance company, which is performing really well for us right now, and the merchant bank, right? And those have helped us to continue our diversification, right? So that's when we moved to Dominic. Then in 2015, in further diversifying, because when we went into DR in 2000, it started with a securities company. And we were able to, with Julian's leadership at the time, build out the yield curve for the DR and really stabilize that secondary market in the Dominican Republic. Now we need to get into banking, and we purchased 90% of a savings and loan institution in the Dominican Republic. We had to continue our diversification, and in 2016, we launched our pension fund services in the DR, the AFP, Pension Fund Administrator. We launched our SAFI, mutual funds, in the Dominican. So now we have bank, we have mutual funds, and we have pension administrator. So we have a diversified, along with securities, diversified group of companies to meet our client needs. In 2017, our merchant bank was upgraded to a commercial bank in Jamaica. We had to apply to the Bank of Jamaica, and we were granted the upgrade to a commercial banking license from the Capital and Credit, the CCMB, which we purchased. That was a big move for us. The bank has done extremely well for us. And I believe we have moved to number 4, starting from the close to the second to last. But we're now number 4. I think we just moved beyond our latest competitor. We're number 5 at the time with this annual report. We're now at number 4. I don't want to call names, right? But we're now at number 4, and we're moving. Our asset portfolio is growing. But it's a close friend of ours, right? So commercial banking in 2018, JMMB Express was started. So we know a further diversification, and we're now into consumer finance. We met with Elson James, who had a vision for how we could break into the consumer finance market. And since then, that entity has grown significantly, contributing significantly to the profits of Trinidad and also to the group profits. So I want to acknowledge Elson, his leadership, and the footprint that we have built out in consumer finance in Trinidad is really tremendous. And 2019, we acquired 22.5% stake in Sagicor Financial Corporation as a strategic investment. That has worked quite well for us and delivered returns. You can see it in our results. 2022, we continue our diversification, because what we have in the Dominican Republic prior was a savings and loan institution. We need commercial bank. In the same way we upgrade from a merchant bank in Jamaica to a commercial bank, we need to upgrade from a savings and loan institution to a commercial bank. And we acquired Bell Bank in the Dominican Commercial Bank this year in the Dominican Republic. So therefore, now we have built out across the group, right? In Jamaica, we now have integrated financial services, because we have insurance brokerage, we have remittances, we have commercial banking, we have unit trust, we have our investment company, and we have a stock brokerage. So we have integrated services, business line diversification, right? And in the DR, the same with our pension fund. We have pensions in Jamaica too. Our pension fund administrator, our mutual funds, our commercial bank, and our Puesta de Bolta, our securities company. So therefore, a diversification. In Trinidad, we also purchased AIC Securities, right? And we sold CMMB in around 2008. We just didn't feel comfortable being a minority shareholder. And we sold CMMB in 2008, and we started JMMB Investments in Trinidad. And we acquired AIC Securities, and now we have a stock brokerage license in Trinidad. And we also have our fixed income business. And now we also have unit trust in Trinidad, and we have our commercial banking license, and we have our consumer finance. So we have integrated financial services across all 3 territories. That's a business model that we have built out, right? So, quickly, just to say where we started. 1992, injection of 16 million of capital, right? In 1995, we had a net profit of a whopping 9.2 million, right? And funds under management of $3 billion, right? Today, net profit of $12 billion and a funds under management of $667 billion, 22 companies. I think over the last 29.10 months, right, we have been able to deliver the value to our shareholders, to our clients, and to our team members. So therefore, we have a lot to be grateful for. Thank you very much. In terms of the next slide is now, that was showing the difference as to where we're, look at, when we compare to where we were in 2012, where we do like a 9-year, 10-year kind of exercise, our net profit in 2012-13 was 3.9 billion, and today we're at 12 billion. Total assets, 166 billion. Today we're at 614 billion. Earnings per share, $2.35 or 235 cents, now $5.85, right? So therefore, and our market price from 620 to 44.39. That's, so therefore, I believe and if you look at the 30-year and you look at the 10-year, we continue to deliver the value to our clients and our shareholders. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Patrick Ellis now, who can get deeper into the numbers.
Thank you, Keith. Morning again, everyone. Shareholders, clients, board of directors, everyone out there, morning. I think Keith has really set the stage in terms of highlighting the JMMB journey, in terms of showing our involvement in terms of from one single entity to now being across 3 countries, with all the different financial suites, service and products across all 3 regions. And what I'll just highlight, the results of that is now reflected in our results. I think Keith mentioned the revenue diversification in terms of all the different products and business lines, and also the geographic diversification in terms of being in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and the Dominican Republic, and who knows more to come in the future, because JMMB is always looking to grow in a smart way. In terms of our financial results for the year ending March 2022, before I set going deeply into our results, what I like to say, I look at the context and the environment in which our results were generated. The macroeconomic environment has certainly shifted in our 22-23 financial year. But for March 22, we were in a more favorable environment. Interest rate was much lower. We were just coming out of a COVID. I mean, government was looking to jumpstart the economy. We had support from the regulatory environment and also the central bank. So much more favorable investment environment in March, in our financial year March 22, and it showed in our results. So for the financial year March 22, we actually earned net earnings of 12 billion, 56% growth, and this actually is our largest earnings that has been reflected in the group's history. Very, very, very proud of these results. And I say it's an outstanding achievement by the JMMB group. Just to dive into the quality of the earnings, we mentioned the diversification, we mentioned the focus around core earnings, focusing in terms of that smart growth and in terms of efficient utilization of our capital. So if you look at our revenues of 26.6 billion for the financial year March 22, 19% growth. And those earnings was generated from our net interest income, which shows 11% growth. That 11% growth is interest income is generated from our banking business lines, which showed growth in our loan portfolio, our gains on securities trading, which is on our investment portfolio, all sovereigns and investment grades. And as a result of that, all our revenue streams, we saw our Cambio with a jump start of the economy opening up, traveling. FX gave us 2.6 billion or 34% growth. Our commission business line, 3 billion. I see Julian is here. Big up to our capital markets business line. It's a new business line that we started, continue to do extremely well for us, providing solutions to our clients, structured products out there. 3 billion of revenue and 73% growth in an environment what was very tricky to navigate. And our off-balance sheet funds of 2 billion in revenue, I mentioned our collective investment schemes, and 36% growth. So when you look at our revenue streams within the JMMB group, what you see is growth in our core areas of activity, our banking, our investment, our off-balance sheet funds, our capital markets, focusing on core growth and growing the business in a smart and effective way. One of the important slides I'd like to take is that our diversification, and you keep hearing us speaking about that diversification along business lines and business streams. If you look at the contribution, you could just go to the next slide, in terms of our profitability, and you look at our net profit of 12 billion, you see that Jamaica contributed approximately 28% or 3.4 billion. In the Dominican Republic, 2.8 billion or 23%. When you look at where the SFC, Sagicor, that contributed 42%, we invested 250 million in terms of acquiring that stake of 22.5%, and it gave us 5 billion in earnings. And you look at Trinidad giving us 7% in terms of profitability. So in terms of the group, our earning is not just generated in one region or one business line. It's diverse, and what you find is that the JMMB group is deep-rooted on a very solid platform. From an operating standpoint as well, just taking another slice in terms of our profitability, you see Jamaica contributing 48 or 3.9 billion, DR 2.9 billion or 35%, and Trinidad 1.5 billion. So overall, very dispersed, diversified, and more importantly, generating core earnings for the group. Speaking to our investment in Sagicor Financial Company Limited, very important investment, 250 million. Nothing to sneeze at. We have an associate stake of 23%. It's now valued at 42.8 billion, generated 5 billion in profitability for the year, and continue to provide good cash flows in terms of dividends. 800 million at the end of the financial year in an environment where dividend distribution was somewhat restricted by regulators. but we continue to see a consistent dividend flow from the entity, and going forward, we expect improvement. Look, taking another slice in terms of our business line diversification. Keith had mentioned when JMMB started, we were just a one-shop, all investment, repo business lines. You have now seen the evolvement of the group over that 30-year period, where we have the banking business line as now contributing 42% in terms of revenue, a 29% growth, an investment of 57% or 12% growth, 1.7 billion to be exact. So showing that diversification again and showing the growth in terms of our core. Now, on the other side of our income statement, which is the expenditure side, you would have seen some increase in costs, moving from 14.5 to 18.5 billion. Part of our philosophy is that we grow revenues faster than expenses, but that expansion, what we have invested in is a long-term efficiency project where we are looking to standardize across all platforms within the region. So going forward in the future, all the JMMB group on its banking platform will be embedded on one platform, which is our T24 Terminus platform. So what that means is as we expand and grow, we will grow in an efficient, cost-efficient manner. There's also, I know Gifford will speak later about our digitization and those projects that we are putting on stream in terms of our platform, and also in terms of our team members that we had. So the increase in expenses were planned. There's a vision behind it in terms of our investment in those strategic projects, and that would be attributed to part of the increased costs. You will see some of that increase in terms of our upcoming 23 financial year, because the project is over, not just a one-year project, it's over a long term, and therefore you will see some impact of that in the 22-23. Despite that though, our efficiency ratio is still under 70%, and therefore, you know, it's still at the acceptable level. Our long-term target is to take that down to 55%. So that is where, but in the initial, while we are making that investment, we will see some deterioration or increase in our efficiency ratio. On the balance sheet side of the group, very strong numbers, 614 billion in terms of total assets, and the composition of those assets reflects 330 million in terms of an investment portfolio embedded in sovereign assets, 142.7 billion in terms of a loan portfolio with a NPL ratio of about, in Jamaica, we are under 2%. So very acceptable standard, quality portfolio. You'll see in the investment portfolio grow by over 27%, a loan growth of over 19%, and that would be funded by our customer deposit growth of 18%, and it's also funded by a repo, which had growth of 31%. We also had cash on our balance sheet of over 62 billion in terms of maintaining that liquidity in a macro environment where sometimes we can be volatile. But what you see when you look at the quality of the JMMB Group's balance sheet is the quality of assets and assets that will generate sustainable revenue year over year. If we look at our funds under management, and these are the type where we want to see the growth. If you look at our off-balance sheet collective investments team, continued growth moving from 155 billion to 194 billion on off-balance sheet on our managed funds, 25% growth in terms of off-balance sheet growth, but total fund under management of $668 billion and 28% growth. Growth again in core business lines. Capital, we are a highly regulated entity. We're a public listed entity with strong oversight by the respective regulatory authorities in all 3 regions. And I'm pleased to tell you that within the JMMB group, all the entities within the JMMB group, all regulated entities are fully capitalized and exceeded the minimum capital requirement. And I use the word all, not some, but all. You know, so it shows that from a capital-based standpoint, JMMB industry continues to open up, continued an increase of 51% or 300 million. So what it shows on the JMMB income statement is that although other business lines are impacted, there are others that have somewhat mitigated the loss. And therefore, overall, our net profit, on an overall basis, our net profit would have grown by 2%. So although our gains on securities trading on operating online, our gains on securities trading would have been impacted by about 600 million, other revenue streams were able to somewhat mitigate that. And importantly, on our SFC contributed 1.2 billion in terms of share of earnings for our Q1, and that bolstered the JMMB group, still showing a year-over-year increase on our Q1, and it shows the strength of the JMMB group. On the revenue diversification, in terms of our Q1, we saw where the banking contributed 50%. We mentioned continued growth on the banking business line. The investment business line contributing 3.2 billion or 49%. Importantly as well, from a country diversification, while Jamaica and DR would have been impacted somewhat by the high interest rate, we saw where Trinidad, because of its macro environment, also contributed 1 billion in terms of revenue, 15% of revenue for the quarter. So it shows and further reemphasizes that diversification strategy that we are talking about. On the OPEX, as I mentioned earlier, you continue to see that somewhat the growth in our expenses, that is the continued investment in our long-term initiatives. Our Q1 expense line is somewhat skewed in that in our Q1, we basically had to take 1.1 billion, a full year annual charge in our asset tax in Q1. If you are to analyze the impact of that asset tax that we took in Q1, that would have improved our numbers by an additional $400 million. So as we expand over time, over the annual financial year, and we normalize the impact of the asset tax, then you will see our efficiency ratio coming down. However, there would be some impact in terms of their strategic initiatives that I was referring to. Just want to spend a few minutes and just discuss the Sagicor investment. Very important investment for us. It yielded $5 million in contribution to earnings in last financial year. Q1, $1.2 billion in earnings. You would have seen in the media the recent announcement that they actually, in August, they made the announcement of acquiring Avari. This is an individual life insurance company in Canada, approximately to the value of 325 million Canadian by an acquisition of 80% debt. This is something, the SFC group, it's a group, they're in acquisition mode in terms of regionally and looking to expand. It's an acquisition that is going to be, as they have indicated, highly accretive, 25% accretive on the existing accounting framework, which is IFRS 4. All insurance companies within the region is adopting IFRS 17 in January of next year. So therefore, how they account on their revenue stream. But even under the new accounting standard, it is expected that this acquisition will be highly accretive. And they're expected to close that within the next 6 to 12 months. If that acquisition goes according to plan, that means that 23% of that, whatever earnings or improvement to the group, flows to the JMMB group. And so that is something that we're excited about. We continue to see positive results. Their Q1 results were good, and we expect them to close in a positive manner for the financial year. Currently, our stake hold is 23.3% as a result of their buyback. It has increased. The investment stands at $40 billion. We had $1.26 billion in contribution for the quarter, and over $600 million in terms of dividend flows. So we continue to see positive cash flows. So from an overall perspective, I would say things is looking good for the group. On our balance sheet, we continue to focus on the core areas. Our CEO mentioned looking at smart growth. looking not tying up capital, but freeing up capital and generating revenue in other business areas while certain business lines are impacted. So on our loans, our business line, very important business line on our banking side, you'd have seen a 7% growth, now at 152 billion. Investments still at 332 billion, somewhat flat as expected. You'd have seen the impact from the increase in interest rates, and main funded by our deposits, 150 billion, and on our repos at 305 billion. So overall, the group continues to move in a positive direction. And on our capital side as well, all entities within the group remains adequately capitalized, and all entities have exceeded the minimum regulatory capital requirement as prescribed by the regulators. That's my 2 cents, and in terms of our performance, and just to continue to thank the shareholders and all the different stakeholders who continue to support the group, and as we continue to try and get that return on investment for you. Thank you.
Okay, operation. Okay, so we're going to just go, we'll look like a forward. I think we have covered what our strategy basically is. Business line diversification and regional diversification and integrated financial services, focusing on meeting the needs of the clients, solution-oriented, goal-oriented, meeting business objectives and individuals' financial life goals and dreams. And that's what JMMB is all about, if you put it in a nutshell. But we have to embed our client experience. We have to ensure that it's seamless, it's enjoyable, it's empowering, and we're always standing for the client's best interests. So that is a critical pillar in our strategy. And then we have the segment approach now, because we have built out all these business lines. Now all these business lines combine and are make up solutions. So therefore you have investments, you have banking, you have funds administration, and then you pull that all together to make up your investment portfolio to meet your life objectives. And we do so both across segments, retail, corporate, small and medium enterprises. So therefore, and we also have what we call our financial inclusion, focusing on formalizing those in the underbanked sector, and that's another segment that we continue to focus around. So therefore, integrated financial services, and then we have now framed our organization structure around doing exactly that, what we call our segment approach. So across our jurisdictions, or if you're working in our corporate segment, you're selling all the solutions across the various business lines. That's called our segment approach, so we can meet the needs of you as a client. And we move away from a silo approach of you have an investment company here, you have a bank over here, you have an insurance company over here. No, it's now combining all that into a total solution for the client. And that is being delivered through our segment approach. And that we have been able to been transitioning for the last couple of years, and we have been doing well in terms of establishing our country partnership officers in that regard, so that we are selling holistic solutions to our clients. I want to thank Donna Kay and Tricia for that work. Donna Kay initiated that work, and Tricia has been toe-to-toe with it, and we want to acknowledge them for that effort and for the team for taking it on. You can clap them still. So also, and strategic investments, Patrick spoke to that in terms of us looking at opportunities like Sagicor came up. There are always going to be opportunities where we may take less than a controlling stake, but then we'll have a presence, as we do on the board of Sagicor, myself, Archie, Patrick Ellis, Damian Brown, and Dennis. We all sit on boards in the Sagicor group, and we are shareholders that we are consulted with our own strategy. Archie and Dennis lead in that regard, and we work together at a strategic level. And Julian also sits on the boards also, but we all work together in a very strategic way. So therefore, that is kind of exactly how we have been, that's our strategy. And so we moved to first improving client access, because what we have done over the last couple of years, and when Tricia came back, because Tricia come and go, right? When she came back in the last round now, because we needed to really get ourselves organized around operations of JMMB, and Tricia took, at the executive director level, took control of IT operations and change support and operate at the executive level, also in strategy and all of these various areas. So she determined, and we determined and agreed as a team that we must separate digital, because that, and provided with its own resources, its own leadership, and break it out of the IT department. And Mr. Gifford Rankin, our general manager for digital services, I think it's the right name, right? Right, was named as general manager, and Gifford has done a tremendous job and continues to do a tremendous job in rolling out digital solutions. So we're going to ask Gifford to come and payments and the payment solutions, to speak to digital and the payment solutions.
Afternoon, everybody. Afternoon, directors. Afternoon, shareholders. All right, thank you for that great and pressuring introduction. Go ahead. All right. As we said, we're trying to keep things tight, so I'm just going to jump in. We have seen JMMB transition over the years, and we're seeing the world change around us right now, right? We saw the pandemic that pushed us to more a digital experience, and JMMB is traveling with our clients along that journey. I remember coming to JMMB and working in IT, and we had our first, there were IPOs, and they said, no, you have to come from the back office, go out into the front office, and collect those paper forms. JMMB is no longer there, right? We are now meeting you where you want to be served. What does our digital journey mean for us? Does it mean that JMMB is closing all our branches or going to that? No. JMMB understands that people exist at different places along their different journey. Some of us like to come here in this hybrid event and speak face to face, and so we will still have that. But we'll enhance that experience for you so that you now get more efficient and seeing what's happening. For our digital journey, you'd have seen now we have changed how we collect funds. No longer you have to bank 9 to 5. You can go to our smart ATMs. You can tap at our smart ATMs. Get used to that tap technology that's taking over the world. You can have us count your cash, your checks, real-time updating to your accounts, and you can go. As Keith spoke about our business line diversification, if you use Moneyline, you know all of your business lines are available in one place, and you can easily move between different business lines, because we understand your complete portfolio is not just investments, but it's banking, it's funds, right? What's coming for us along our digital journey? We are going to meet you along every path, every step of the way. Onboarding when you're coming on, offering your digital alternatives, talking to us. Client care is big in JMMB. You will be introducing Joanna, who is going to talk to you digitally. You can meet her on WhatsApp. You can talk to her on the web. She'll be taking over. Exciting to meet her, and the name is, you understand, speaking to our founder, Joan Duncan, right? In our commercial space, our corporate and SME, we're rolling out payment solutions. You'd have heard already that we partnered with ePay. We rolled out launch solutions over the year. We have now at the airport, where the airports don't take cash anymore, you can now purchase a card because of the partnership with JMMB and use it to pay for your airline, pay for your baggage. We know we have to carry up everything for our family in foreign, and we have to pay for the overweight, right? Good. I know we've all been enjoying the use of our Visa debit card. I just, went on vacation and I needed some cash because one restaurant says, I don't take it, but my Visa debit card was able to go get cash and I was able to enjoy my meal. All right? So guys, as we're seeing on the slides, we're maximizing our value from our payments ecosystem. We have the closed loop card for lunch, more coming along the way. We have the airport card I just spoke to. And our money transfer business remittance, they have a new prepaid card that will be rolling out in the very near future. You should see it pretty soon. I'm not going to steal my marketing team's wonderful plan, but you'll definitely hear about it coming. Right? Next slide for me, please. All right, as we said, we're definitely looking at rolling out payments and maximizing payments from our payments ecosystem. We are actually right now rolling out where you can have different point of sales, whether it's regular terminal, a scan to pay, which is a new feature that's going to be great for SMEs. So you don't have to pay for a terminal. You can just have a QR code and scan and collect your payments. We're in a limited test right now. And again, marketing is going to fire me if I give out too much details, but you will definitely hear some news coming on that in short order. All right. I'm sure you guys, are excited to get back to everything else. We just have some videos right there to take you through what's coming on our digital journey, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're going to move through quickly, and while not losing substance. Okay. So these payment systems and our corporate money line and our money line functions are important to diversification of our revenue streams and most importantly meeting the needs of the clients. Right? So point of sale, mobile point of sale, e-commerce, corporate payment solutions that are for SMEs and for corporate clients, where they can offer payments, they can use for salaries, for staff, etc., and make other payments. It is a critical part of the whole ecosystem and where we're going as a group at JMMB. And SME segment is going to be very important to how we go forward, because you grow from like JMMB did, from a small to a medium to a large enterprise. And we want to be able to facilitate the growth of other clients in that same way, of our clients, to move them from small to medium to large. We don't want everybody to remain small. We want to take them through. And that's what JMMB is for, is to ensure that we can empower clients, and therefore we have been focused in the last 3 years in building out our SME segment. And I believe we built out our SME Resource Center, led by Duncan, which is regional, and we're primarily operating in Jamaica and Trinidad at this point in time, with over 650 SME clients. But what we're doing is offering them services with partners, over 31 partners that we use to partner from the SME ecosystem, whether it be accounting firms, legal firms, business development firms, to work along and nurture and work along with the SME, because the SME really busy in their business. They don't have the time to say, okay, let me go and work out my accounting, or let me go and work out that business process. They have no time for that. So we have to support them, we have to facilitate them, we have to coach them, and we therefore bring those support services from the ecosystem, those services to the SME, so that they can grow, while focusing on their core business and growing their business. That's very important to us. And so while we are now nurturing and moving them through, there are going to be opportunities that are coming up, and they're going to want capital. They're going to need capital to grow. And therefore, over the last couple of years, and we went through a rigorous process, right, Mr. Kareem Tomlinson, who leads the area, of building out our private equity fund, led by Mr. Kareem Tomlinson under JMMB Securities. And I want to congratulate Kareem for the stick to EVT, to stay with it, and actually now successfully raise $1.5 billion for the close, to fund the private equity fund, to now start to fuel SME growth, more focused on medium-sized enterprises, to grow them and help them grow by providing equity for their growth. So that is a major effort for us, and it's going to really redound to the benefit of our clients and to move them along so they can move from medium to large. And we have put in the structures around that. The board has signed off on the whole governance around this, so we now have our first private equity fund. This is major for the JMMB group. Now, as we go forward, capital markets have become an integral part of what we do in providing solutions at all different levels for sovereigns, for corporates, at all different levels of the financial services and the Jamaican economy and the regional economy. I can boast that we probably have the most, no, not probably, we have the most creative and innovative team in Jamaica and in the region at this point in time, led by Julian Mir. And we have built a huge pipeline, and we have booked, like last year, $154.8 billion in transactions last year alone. Now, when this started, and I have to acknowledge Mr. Hugh Duncan, who was at the originally worked through and started the unit and really built out the infrastructure and so the processes. Julian took this, and he has, and Carl Tomlinson and the capital markets team have taken this to a different level. Carl Townsend, sorry. Growth in transactions, 128%, $154 billion. This is the revenues that this has provided for us. This has become what we call core revenues at this point in time, close to $1 billion on an annual basis, right? That is significant contribution to group profitability. So I'm acknowledging the capital markets team and saying big things are going on. Right? Now, So we build out private equity. We have our capital markets. It's no more than about 6-7 years ago that we started. Now, real estate is where we need to go, right? And we brought in we started this, and we have our real estate committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Noel Lyon, because real estate is his passion. And Doc has been leading this, along with our executive, Damian Brown, and we brought in one of the brightest resources that I have come across in a while in that area, Tracy Ann Crary, our corporate development manager, real estate. So we can acknowledge her, please. So we were working and we're building this out, and we're building, and Doc ensured that we continue to buy real estate, continue to build out our real estate bank, right? And we were able to get value in our real estate. Patrick can tell me this, but at one point it was a value of 2.5 billion, and we continue to build out that real estate portfolio. So, and then we're now looking into development, and the areas that we'll be focused around in terms of development is in the BPO space, right? In the BPO space, in the commercial space, that is where our focus will be, right? In terms of building or warehousing, etc. That's the focus of our real estate at this point in time, based on where the real estate market is. So therefore, we have 3 projects in the pipeline right now at this point in time. A total developmental budget of $5 billion, right? And these projects will yield 100,000 square feet of commercial office spaces, right? 30,000 square feet of BPO space, right? Included in this is our Ligani branch, our Ligani space, where we will house our corporate, our JMMB bank corporate office and a branch. So Ligani has been, everybody's seen it. And NEPA sign off, so we're good. Okay? And so we are, that's going up at this point in time. That's the visual. We're also, because downtown we believe to be a growth area, and under the urban renewal, in downtown, where we acquired land in downtown, and we're now looking to build out 33,000 square feet of space downtown. I believe that to be the right number. So therefore, that's another revenue stream. That's further diversification, private equity and real estate. Okay? No, but we continue to deepen our presence in the Dominican Republic. We spoke about the Bell Bank, the commercial banking license, right? But we are expanding our branch footprint in the DR2. We are moving to Punta Cana, right? And we're also, with our Bell Bank acquisition, we have been able to get 2 branches with a commercial bank, Bell Bank. Bella Vista in the southern part of Santo Domingo, and Mega Centro, eastern part of Santo Domingo. So our footprint is expanding in the Dominican Republic also. And I want to acknowledge the Dominican Republic team, led by Mr. Juan Jose Melo, right, who has done a tremendous job. Patrick had outlined how much money they contributed to group profitability. The DR team is on fire. On fire. So, and Trinidad now, Trinidad is firing up. They're firing up, right? And we have Mr. Sean Moses, you saw him earlier in the Division of Love. He's our new CEO of the commercial bank, and along with a new recruit, which was Jason Baptiste. All these guys started in the last year or 2, and they have a new energy. The banking business line is headed by our own Jerome Smalling, who has done a tremendous job with JMMB Bank Jamaica. I want to acknowledge Jerome for his efforts there. And growing that bank, and growing the JMMB Bank, along with the banking team, along with the country and group support that has facilitated the growth of JMMB Bank in Jamaica, right? Tremendous effort. Now, in Trinidad, we have leadership, and in terms of Sean Moses, we have Elson James from Consumer Finance, JMMB Express. We have Tricia Kisoon, and Tricia Kisoon from JMMB Investments, right? And Naomi, somebody can pronounce Naomi last name for me? Since no one call them Naomi name, and I can't pronounce her last name? Arjun Singh. Naomi has been there from over the last 10 years with us, really providing a solid support to the growth of Trinidad and really being that stabilizing force for us. I want to acknowledge Naomi for her efforts also. But we have a new team. We have a team that's come together, and we are seeing now, and this is where Jerome, Tricia, Claudine, Tracy, and others really sat down, along with the new chairman of the bank, Lorraine Cam, because I don't know where this Gopal Singh thing come from in my mind, right? Lorraine Cam, who has been providing leadership at the bank and working with the bank team, and they have really been able to pull it together. And we are seeing, with the recovery in the Trinidad economy, energy prices, gas prices, oil prices, etc., we have seen the Trinidad economy start to recover very nicely. The JMMB Bank continues to grow at a faster rate than market, and we are really confident that we have a really good team in place to drive that growth. JMB Investments had a tremendous year last year also, contributing significantly to the profitability of Trinidad as a country. JMB Investments, I want to acknowledge Tricia for her efforts, and Roshan, who drives the equity market in Trinidad. Roshan, we have to big you up still, right? And Elson from Express, we have to tell you, contributing significantly to Trinidad profitability in a matter of 3 years. With that, Mr. Elson James has brought an opportunity to the table, Bayshore Insurance Premium Financing, that where there's an acquisition that is now. We have signed off an acquisition. The board has approved it. We had to go through our governance process, and now Bayshore Finance will become a part of the integrated solutions provided in Trinidad through JMB Express Finance. So that acquisition is done, and it's now awaiting regulatory approval. So acknowledging the team, Claudine, the business development team, Mr. Elson James for leading the effort there. Now, one thing I have to say now, because the way that we keep with our business development opportunities, that is expansion, and capital markets opportunities, the way we keep our board busy, you know, our board risk committee chairperson, Dennis Harris, you know what I mean? Every minute I'm called, Dennis, can we have a meeting, please, because we have a, right? And Dennis and the board risk and the board of JMMB are the most agile, most supportive board in terms of facilitating the growth and expansion of the JMMB group. So I really want to acknowledge Archie, Dennis, all members of the board, Wayne Powell, I have to big up Wayne, because why Wayne? Because Wayne has been a big part of our SME growth, our credit growth, and Wayne, even though I come from Scotia, you know, sorry Wayne, but even though I come from Scotia, Wayne is a risk taker, but Andrew White ensure that we know exactly what our risk appetite is from a group perspective. So we have to control Wayne sometimes, but because with a risk appetite, I'm just joking, Wayne. So continue to do well there. We'll continue with our business development expansion. We're continuing to look at opportunities in Central America and the Caribbean. That is a pipeline that we continue to actively work, and we're hoping for good things as good things. Leave it there. Operational efficiency is important. This is led by, when Tricia came back in the last dispensation, because we needed direction, we needed structure, we needed guidance, we needed to know how are we going to take all of these 22 companies, or whatever it was at the time, and pull them all together to make sense, to drive the operation efficiency, to pull digital together with IT, with operations, with processes, with project management. How do we pull this all together? And Tricia came in, beg her to come back. No, I'm sorry, Tricia, but I said, Tricia, could you please come back, because we need the help. And she came back in, and she has structured the way forward for us as a group. And we are getting better at what we do. Project management, digital, operations, we're building out models, revenue models, cost models, so that we can actually use data to drive processes and process improvement. We have put in the work over the last couple of years, and we are even building out a net benefits realization model so that we can know that we are getting the benefits of our investment in this area. You know, so I'd like to acknowledge Tricia and the entire team, Jessica, Stephen, well, Gifford already do his thing, and that operations team, everyone that has come together. And Tricia also is very much instrumental in helping us on the strategy side. So whenever we buck a little bit, Claudine called Tricia, and we give us some clarity, and then we can move. So Tricia, I want to acknowledge you. Thank you very much. So we're going to leave with a little forward-looking. They don't really like when I do this, but I like to do the little forward-looking, right? So let's look at what if we were to, our average growth rate in terms of profitability has been at 15% for the last 10 years. And we took out the $12 billion because we could say that $12 billion jump from 7.7 to 12 because of the tremendous performance of Sagicor for that year, contributing $5 billion, could be, you know, it's out of the trend line. So we pull it out and we said, okay, so our average growth rate is 15% in terms of profitability. So what will we look like by the time we're in 26, 27? So let's look down the road and we look future. $17.8 billion of profitability, and this is just normal organic growth. So this would not include any acquisitions. This is just normal organic growth based on what we have within our control at this point in time. So the group profitability, we would project, and remember project, forward-looking, project just based on our performance over the last 5 years. This is what we look like, our performance. You know, and I think we did a 10-year average. The 10-year average, and we project that forward, we would be at $17.8 billion in 26-27. But what does that mean for the shareholder? It means that earnings per share would move from $3.84 to $8.88 per share. What does it mean for dividends? Because dividends is important. The shareholders, don't you want dividend? You don't want dividend? Okay, so if we project between 15 and 30% is our dividend kind of range that we have paid. So if we project at the lowest end of that 15% of earnings, our dividends will move from 59 cents to $1.37 in 26-27. So as our profitability increases, the dividend and payout to our shareholders who have been very patient with us will increase also. So that's not, I don't finish with all the good news yet. How that sound as a performance trajectory? How that sound to know? How it sound? It sound all right? Yes? Okay, good. So what we're going to do now is we have a special announcement to make, and I'm going to ask Mr. Derek Rajak to come on. And this, Derek has put a lot of work in this area, and I'd like Derek to come and just say quickly, what is the newest development?
Okay, good afternoon, directors and shareholders. So thank you for giving me the honor to announce this. So JMMB Group has been publicly rated by Carrie Chris, the regional rating agency, since 2019. We have had a very strong rating on our Jamaica scale of Jamaica A+ local currency and Jamaica A foreign currency. So I'm pleased to announce that given all the hard work, all the things that Keith talked about, we have been upgraded to JMMB A-, AA- on a local currency scale and Jamaica A+ on the foreign currency scale. So a one-notch upgrade. All right. Also, you'll see this year we'll start reporting on a Caribbean basis. So we'll be moving from just the Jamaica scale to a Caribbean-wide scale. And that rating is CARI, short for Caribbean, CARI A- and CARI BBB+. All these are investment grade ratings, and it represents a one-notch upgrade. So we continue to work hard to maintain and improve upon these ratings going forward. Thank you.
I want to thank Derek for the work that he has done in this regard. Derek has ensured that we remain disciplined around this process, this rating process. Now, Derek came from Trinidad. It shows you that we have the regional presence, and where we have the brightest and the best resources, wherever they are from within the region, we're going to pull them to the table, and Derek has been doing a fantastic job as our group risk manager. Thank you very much, Derek.
Thanks, Keith. And we'll now invite Tricia to introduce the JD Foundation, Joan Duncan Foundation presentation. Video and then.
Good afternoon, directors and shareholders. And team members. Wonderful to be here. Well, you know, it's good to come right after Derek, because now we are AA-, soon to be AA+. I don't know if we can move to AAA too. How much A them can go? 10A? 3, okay. So at this point we are celebrating all of our successes. And it is my pleasure, my honor, to introduce a video that will honor the Honorable Joan Duncan, OJ, Order of Jamaica. It is this year, in our 30th year of existence, that she has been given this honor posthumously. You have to help me pronounce the word, Kim. Yes. But we feel proud as a JMMB family. We feel proud as her children, as her wider family, cousins, nieces, nephews. We feel proud as her community that she contributed to. You know, her vision was always one that everybody who she come in contact with in life, she must leave them in a better place. That was her mission for her life. And I think she achieved it. Well, at least I know for me and for many of the persons that we have interacted with. And so, as I remember the conversation, I was just telling a story down the bottom there that the first time a $1 million check came into JMMB, I think Nana was in the office. She said, "Can I hold it, please?" That's my grandmother, her mother. She said, "Let me hold it, please." And first time I ever see $1 million. All right? And then at that time, we were close to BOJ because we had to lodge the money to BOJ. If I remember correctly, Nano, Mommy, and Brenton all walked together to lodge that first check over at the Bank of Jamaica. It was such a big deal. Today, we have 12 billion of profits. It is a major success. And it is not just because of understanding the markets, but it's primarily because of loving the people who became a part of the Jamaica Money Market Brokers. Our video in honoring our mother.
She will prove to you that what the mind can conceive, you can achieve as long as you believe.
Sounds like my kind of lady.
I'm the thinker of my thoughts. I am spirit. I'm more spirit than I'm human.
That foundation, the values, the vision of love, this is what has created the foundation for JMMB, and we still continue to build on that.
I would like to contribute to the good of all persons with whom I come in contact. That was Mommy's mission statement.
Beautiful thing about it too is that she was not just an ordinary company she was creating. She was creating a company that was consistent with her values and who she was. A company that was going to be based on love, openness, equality, equity. That kind of company she was creating. Openness, You can be a human being, share your feelings. Everybody free to be exactly who they are, coming from love.
How does a dressmaker, bar owner, born out of wedlock, college dropout, divorcee, and a single mother of 5, and a country boy who comes to town to board with a chicken in hand as his boarding fee create one of the largest financial institutions in the Caribbean? Well, if you look at the tagline we've had over the years, then the answer is clear. It's as easy as JMMB. And the vision of love and possibility thinking, that was imbued into our ethos and our way of doing business, inspired by our late founder, Joan Duncan. Today, as we prepare to celebrate her induction with the Order of Jamaica, we celebrate her story and declare the history behind all that success and the transition to what we have built as a company. This is the story of our co-founder, Joan Duncan.
Everybody knows that Joan Duncan mad already. She go with her gut. She believes in people. Doesn't take on the negativity that most people have. And it's ordinary people that do extraordinary things. We grow up with this.
According to Joan, each day, millions of dollars are traded on this market. And even so, the market seems to be shrouded in secrecy. Perhaps the reason for this is that major players are few and not many businesses or individuals invest in money market instruments. Of course, Joan, you had to come change that. You started changing everything.
She was a dreamer, and she always told us, make sure you nurture your dreams, because you cannot have a dream come true unless you have a dream first.
Joan was onto something, and she kept rattling with the idea in her mind. How could regular people access money markets and get better returns on their money? Beneath that mild-mannered, friendly, motherly persona was a sharp woman with incisive business acumen. She was a leader, not a follower. When you met her, you knew, just within those first moments, that she was a Jamaican stalwart. It sounds obvious now that this was a great idea, since JMMB is now a billion-dollar company that has done fantastically well for its shareholders and for Jamaica. But people really thought she was crazy. Nobody was going to listen to her. As Keith puts it, all of them had their blinkers on. Everybody told her no, until she met one man, Dr. Noel Lyon, or other co-founder. Dr. Noel Lyon now might look prestigious, a man of words and even of the world, but he always remembered his roots. He saw the need for a market for short-term financial instruments too, and shared it with a colleague who knew Joan, and from there, an introduction was made. Within a week, they started strategizing on how to make Joan's plan happen. And 1 month later, these two pioneers from equally humble backgrounds started JMMB in her daughter Donna's apartment.
She would not want to be called honorable because she not see herself no different from nobody else. But the truth of the matter is that she has lived an honorable life, and not because she's perfect, but she learned from her mistakes. That is an example for every Jamaican, because she's coming from being a dressmaker, living hand to mouth, to creating a multi-billion-dollar company.
And I just want to acknowledge my nephew Craig and his company Adtelligent for creating that video. Big time. And you know, you saw them do it before with other videos. More coming. So this is your teaser. So look forward to October when she actually will receive the award. So, you know, and to continue her dream, to continue her mission, after she passed, we formed the Joan Duncan Foundation, the JMMB Joan Duncan Foundation. And over the last, how long you work now? 8 years. Kim Mayer, she joined to move it from being the idea, just the giving arm of JMMB, to being a foundation that created a space that would make all of Jamaica understand and know and share with us that journey that Mommy started. And I want to acknowledge this morning and thank Kim for the tremendous job she has done in putting JMMB Joan Duncan Foundation on the map, and invite her now to give you our report for this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's really great to be back in person to see all of these handsome and smiling faces. And I'm going to follow the instructions I was given that I must stick to my time. So without further ado, let me start. So financial year 2021-22 saw the JMMB Joan Duncan Foundation executing projects and programs in the areas of education, transformational leadership, youth entrepreneurship, capacity building, and community development. Through the generous funding of the JMMB Group, our robust CSR programs allowed the foundation to serve the nation in tangible ways while being anchored by our core values of love, openness, honesty, integrity, and care. I'm not going to take you through all of the key initiatives. They are in your annual report, so please read it. But some of them are the donation of another 400 tablets and data valued at approximately $10 million, which was given to schools and organizations island-wide to help alleviate student learning loss. We partnered during the height of COVID-19 with a number of other corporate donors to make the field hospital at the University of the West Indies a reality. We partnered with the Rotary Club of St. Andrew North and other contributors, where we acquired a bus for the Jamaica Cancer Society in the fight against cancer. In contributing to the preservation of Jamaica's history, the foundation pledged $4 million in support of the refurbishment of the Thomas Manning Building, which is a national heritage building. Joytown Community Development Foundation also received a $3 million donation towards the building of a training center with a health center to serve the residents of the Trench Town and its environs. And at Christmas, we delivered over 1,100 individuals with care packages with the assistance of team members and a wide cross-section of charities. Of course, we continued our long-standing relationships with CUMI, the Multicare Youth Foundation, the Child Resiliency Program, the Joan Duncan School of Entrepreneurship, Ethics and Leadership at UTEC, and the Mona School of Business and Management at UWI. Of course, we delivered our flagship program, Conversations for Greatness, to our various recipient groups, which supports mindset change. The engagement this year included remand centers, community groups, mentors, and our scholarship recipients. Now, many of you will recall last year we completed our Conversations for Greatness in Schools project. This is a project that had lasted 5 years and impacted over 5,400 individuals island-wide, empowering them to rediscover the greatness that lay within to impact the school outcomes. So what was the outcome of the project? I invite you to listen to Dr. Dion Edwards-Carr from the School of Education at the University of the West Indies. They were tasked to measure the relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, and the impact of the project activities and the results. She will now share her findings via video.
Our aim as the independent independent evaluators was to identify ways in which the Conversations for Greatness program influenced an improvement in school climate and in the capacity of staff at schools to work together to drive positive change in their schools. We examined a series of quantitative and qualitative indicators underpinned by the notion that if school staff changed or shifted their paradigm through expression and practice of the CFG tools, then the school environment would be positively impacted. We found that from the exit surveys that 95% of the respondents who completed the workshops and the sustainability period reported that the interactions and relationships in their schools significantly improved. And this was reflected in the pattern of positive changes we saw in all the indicators. CFG influenced change in the schools in 5 key ways in the school climate: communication, staff morale, motivation, interpersonal relationships, and teamwork. The interviews showed that participants in the workshops responded to CFG on a social and emotional level, pointing to the strength of the program to target personal and interpersonal issues. The key factor that influenced personal, interpersonal, and leadership changes was acquisition of conceptual and practical understanding of the CFG tools and laws. The delivery of the workshops was successful because these created the space to confront personal struggles and interpersonal conflict in a non-threatening way. Of course, it also started the process of taking action and moving away from stories that had previously maintained conflict in interpersonal relationships. The CFG approach exposed or laid bare the extent of conflict and distrust imbued in the learning environment. The approach of the CFG model directly targeted these conditions in the school climate using the 7 tools and the 3 laws. For example, CFG Law 1 and the tools were effective in creating an enabling mindset. Respondents indicated that Law 1, that is, how people perform, correlates to how the situation occurs to them, and the tools of facts versus interpretation and ego versus spirit were frequently used in meetings and in their interpersonal interactions. In terms of sustainability, 44 schools established CFG initiatives to transform how they currently operate. We concluded that Conversations for Greatness has been an effective and practical program for schools in terms of pioneering a social and emotional intervention for school workers. By school workers, we mean the ancillary staff, the administrative staff, principals, and teachers. We have not found a similar program in the Caribbean or Latin America that deals with teachers, principals, ancillary workers, and admin staff, all in the same context in such a direct way. The program is a tool for learning about how professionals working in schools reimagine social and emotional issues to facilitate improvement in the learning environment. The program content, format, and the dosage are a model for replication and scaling up for the entire school system to enhance productivity, morale of workers, and the general school climate. The program in its current form targets people who matter most in changing school climate. In this sense, it is relevant to addressing the invisible needs of the professionals who work in schools and deliver instruction.
So, with such impactful results, what happens next since the project has ended? This is why sustainability is so important. So we continue to check in with schools, with refreshers, WhatsApp groups, and participating in their development days. That's at the very basic level. We, of course, have our app. I hope all of you remember from last year's AGM when we launched our app, which allows participants to continually engage and refresh themselves with the CFG tools and laws. And I'm saying to you, if you have not done so already, all of you with your Android devices need to go to the Google Play Store and download your My CFG app. We also continue with our biannual CFG conference where we gather to reflect and refresh, and our next one will be February 2023. But most importantly, we have established continuity through the establishment of CFG courses in our teachers' colleges. We have completed our pilot with MICO and have now added the Sam Sharp Teachers College, and we are currently in discussion with Churches Teachers College, Shortwood, and GC Foster College to offer the program. It is our intention to have every teachers college in Jamaica offering conversations to greatness to its student teachers, so we will reach our teachers before they enter the classroom. The results show Conversations for Greatness is more than a project. It is a transformational experience which enables individuals to choose powerfully to make the most of every opportunity. It is the true JMMB spirit. And as I wrap up, I want to thank my chairman, Tricia, my dedicated board members for their oversight and guidance, and Keith, I think I have the best board. You know, they provided such oversight and guidance as we navigated COVID-19. And I also want to thank my phenomenal team members who continue to produce these amazing results year after year. As they say, teamwork makes dream work. And I end with a spirit of gratitude and hope. Grateful that we have been able to continue to impact lives in significant ways, and hopeful that through the power of love and service, Jamaica will rise and rebound even stronger. As our tagline says, JMMB Joan Duncan Foundation, standing for greatness. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And she doesn't only do it for us, you know. She was recently appointed as chairman of the CVSS, the Council of Voluntary Social Services in Jamaica, because of the quality of work that she does for us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know that you have been waiting with your questions. And where's Kim? Where is Kerry and Stimson? Okay. Now before we go on to the resolutions, we'll be opening the floor for the questions. And I think we do have some questions that were online already. Kerry? Okay. Okay. Yeah. And I noticed that, let me be honest, Mr. Staple, when I saw you with that full head of hair today, I had to look twice to see that it was really you. But we'll come to you right after. Yes?
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. So we have been answering questions in the Q&A segment online systematically, so thank you so much for the questions coming in. Normally, Chair, as you know, we have a procedure where we try to get to as many persons as possible, a lot of burning questions, and we try to give each person no more than 2 questions initially to make sure everyone gets a chance to ask at least 1 or 2 questions, and then we'll go back as time permits. So I'm just going to start here online until someone gets to Mr. Staple, because Mr. Staple had raised his hand.
Yes.
So let me start here online with 2 questions from David Rose. The first question, Chair, considering the market volatility arising from higher interest rates and other external factors, would JMMB Group consider skipping a dividend payment in December in favor of retaining more capital? Also, could part of this money be used towards the share buyback? So David is making a recommendation. Chair, I'm not sure if Patrick would be the person to answer this, perhaps.
With that, we appreciate the recommendation, but we do have to consider that there are many persons who may even have different views. So as usual, our directors would normally consider the dividend for the year, and we will take a decision later on.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Noted. And thank you for the recommendation, David. And the second question from David, he indicated it's for the group CEO or CFO, but I'm sure anyone here who's able can respond. But he said that, I noticed that JMMB Group has pushed down the tenure of debt for many of its debt instruments in recent times. Will you seek approval from preference shareholders to amend the terms of the pref share and extend the tenure?
That would be Patrick.
No. So in terms of the response, in relation to our debt, the extension of the debt that he has seen on the balance sheet is as a normal occurrence of the maturity profile on the balance sheet. So the extension of debt that he has seen is as a result of debts maturing, and we have renegotiated the terms on a normal operating condition. In terms of our pref shares, we have always honored all obligation in relation to our pref shares. We have always featured in foresight our clients in terms of ensuring the best interests of our clients at heart. And in terms of anything that we do in relation to our pref share, we'll continue in a similar vein.
Thank you, Patrick. And thank you again for your question, David. So I believe, is it Mr. Staple? Has he been empowered with a microphone? Here, a gentleman is coming to Mr. Staple with a microphone here. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Staple. We take your first question.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I have a few observations I would like to share with us, everybody, before I ask my questions. I have more than 2 questions, but I will stick to the 2 questions.
Thank you.
If later on you can afford me the opportunity, I can ask 1 or so more questions. But my observation, Mr. Chair, first of all, we have to give God thanks for bringing us safely to this meeting today and for being in our midst. We ask Him to be helpful to us so we can continue showing the success we are showing as a group. And I'm sure God is hearing us today. Mr. Chair, I would like to see in future for the next AGM a board evaluation being done. It has not been done, I have not seen it, but I would like to see for the next AGM a board evaluation being done. Mr. Chair.
Can I quickly say that that has been done, what we treat it internally. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks to you, Mr. Chairman, for the hard work you and your members have been doing. Professionalism is at the top of the mark, and we continue to respect you and your board for the great work you and your board and hard-working staff members have been doing. I would like to thank your security, Neil and his staff at the head office. They have been doing a fantastic job and continue to do so. We continue to ask you to convey to them our thanks for what they have been doing as for us as shareholders. And I would like to thank Mr. Costa, who is doing a fantastic job. Yeah. Ms. Sutherland, Mrs. Sutherland, Donna, and all the females in the organization who have been doing a fantastic job.
Absolutely.
Not to mention our Group Chief CEO, Mr. Duncan. He has been doing a fantastic job professionally, and he has tried to escape the government or the politics that may exist. Thanks to you, Keith, for the hard work you have been doing, and continue to get JMMB on the top of the mark. Thanks to those from Trinidad and Dominican Republic for coming to Jamaica today and for sharing with us in your experiences that Jamaica money market brokers have been doing.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my first question to the auditor. Explain why your comment of significant portion of group's investment securities measured at fair value are instruments for which quoted prices are not available. Why? Why are these quoted prices not available?
Thanks for your question, Mr. Staples. So the instruments that were referred to there, so you have the main types of instruments in the group, which I'm sure Patrick will speak to, are you have the quoted equities, which are those that are quoted on the Jamaica Stock Exchange or other stock exchanges, or instruments which are, for which there's a quoted price. But you do have a significant portion of investments which are Government of Jamaica securities or other, in some cases, other sovereign bonds or corporate bonds for which there are no quoted prices. And for those, you have to use an alternative method to determine a fair value. Perhaps the most important one, you feel like where we're using a yield curve to determine a fair value. So there's no exchange where you can get a price similar to, say, the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Mr. Auditor, I thank you very much for that answer, and thank you personally for the professional way you have been dealing with us as a group. Thank you very much. And my second question, Mr. Chair.
No, and just to add to that, especially during the COVID period when there were lockdowns and people didn't come out and couldn't come out of their homes, the auditors really went beyond and above all that was needed. So thank you for mentioning them, whether they are in Jamaica, Trinidad, and Dominican Republic. We want to say thank you to all of them.
Mr. Chair, in 2021, cash equivalent of the group of 1.5 billion, and in 2022, 669.5 million were held by an investment broker. Explain.
Patrick.
So this is just in the normal course of business, Sir Staples. So as you have your repo transaction in terms of your investments, sometimes you're asked to hold cash collateral as intermediary as part of the transaction, but it's still our funds. We do earn whatever interest on the funds, but it's just part of the mechanism of doing business and do these type of transactions.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
I thank you very much, Mr. Staple, and will, in fact, once we have time, we will get back to you. Carrie Ann? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Staple, for your questions. Question here online from Stefan Sarju. His question is, what are JMMB's plans to maximize shareholders' value in 2022 to 2023, given in his view what has been anemic growth since the APO in 2019? His view, his question.
Wow. I thought that Keith actually explained that throughout the whole, that was Keith's presentation.
I believe that's very possible, Chair. So what I'll invite Mr. Sarju to do is if he has any further questions, if he's still incomplete, having heard everything, if he could share his questions, additional questions around this particular matter with us via email at agm_questions@jmmb.com, and we'll be happy to respond to him further if he's still incomplete, okay? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Hello, hi. A question?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carrie Berry Tape. I work at Maybury. I'm a shareholder of the company. Congratulations to the board, senior managers, the directors, supervisors. Your company is phenomenal. I believe, clap.
Thank you.
I had the privilege of meeting Mr. Duncan at my mother's dining table having soup one Saturday, very shocked and very humbled to have such a stalwart in our presence. I was deeply honored to have you in our home. The question I believe Mr. Sarju is asking is the APO price, which came out in 2019, I believe. We participated in it. The entire industry so generously recommended this company, and we have, I think it came out at 30, well, I wasn't a previous shareholder. I bought in the IPO and sold foolishly. And it was 38.75, I believe, and the stock traded all the way up in a buyback at 60 and came all the way back down, trending at about 44. It's now about $40. So I believe the market has not responded to the exceptional profitability and growth. And the question that I would ask is why? Thank you.
All right. I appreciate that question, and I'll take a first cut at it before I'll ask Keith to say something. The truth is, what is within our control is the book value per share that we can get the company to perform. We drive the performance of the company. The price earnings is really dependent on the market, and it fluctuates on different reasons beyond our control. So we can only continue producing the results and hope that the market actually recognizes it. So Keith, you want to add something to it?
What we have on our control is performance, and I think Archie has, our chairman has spoken to that. And I kind of, in my last slide, which I shared, was kind of a forward-looking based on our average growth rate, and you can see what is happening with the earnings per share, the dividends per share. You see that performance, and we've seen it over now. How is it that the market now perceives and moves and move the price 60, sustain it up? Well, I mean, I think what we have seen over the last year, the entire market sell off by about 6.5%, and I think we're up 1.5%, right? So therefore, we are a main market company. We're not a junior market company. Junior market companies where you see all day. There's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm around these listings, and this is where I think that a lot of market activity is focused in those areas and not necessarily on main market. So if you look at NCB and you look at, I mean, well, let me not call names, but if you look at our peers in the main market, not only in financial services, but in manufacturing and other areas, main market has not delivering the performance of the junior market, right? Now, what can we do also to manage this, right? We have to keep our shareholders and the analyst community and also the investing community engaged. So what we've been doing is we've been in quarterly sessions where we to give a kind of earnings update right after our quarterly earnings, to contextualize where we are, to reinforce what our growth strategies are, to keep the market informed, right? We also have to, we got the board to sign off on our buyback. We know just awaiting approval that we need to get from Trinidad for the buyback program to start, because what we have determined is that we have to support at technical levels, right? I know that we've been talking about this, but we do need regulatory approval in Trinidad, right? So that's where we are with that. So we are going to, and then we also, and this is where me, I'm a CFO now, have to work this through, we have to look at our dividends per share. We have to look at dividends, because that is where, that is where for a main market stock, the dividend yield is important. But we have to balance that out with our cash flow. We have to balance it out with our because if you look at the Sagicor, while they make a profit of $5 billion, dividends of $1 billion, right? So therefore, we have to manage that. So therefore, we fully intend that we need to work that through so that we can give a dividend yield that's attractive. But you have to balance capital, you have to balance liquidity, you have to manage all of that, right? So those are the areas that I believe drive stock performance, right? And so we have to keep the market educated, informed, right? We have to put buyback programs in place to support, not to have major one-off buybacks, but to provide technical support where we think the stock hits a technical level, right? And we have to look at also how we reward our shareholders. Okay, so those are the areas that I would say that we need to continue to focus around so that we can deliver the value to our shareholders. Okay?
It's a lovely question, and I'm also going to ask you all to look at pages 21 and 22. Because the point that Keith raised about, say for example, dividend per stock unit. In March 31, we're paying 23 cents per unit. And on a large amount of shares in March 22, it's 85 cents. When you look at our return on average equity versus the inflation rate per year, every single year we are generating the return on average equity is under financial ratios, and inflation rate is under other data. When you net those two, it shows that we are producing real returns higher than any instrument that you would have on the market right now. Because even in a year in which inflation was 11.31, we had return on average equity of 20.44, which is giving you basically 9% yield. Real return that you're getting. And if you just look at it through the years, you will actually see it. And I think when Keith was speaking of the 30 years and being associated with companies so long, I can proudly say that in those, 30 years, we have never reported a loss, even 1 year, even when you have had issues in 2008 and so many other times. So we are performing, we are giving you the results, and you are having net positive earnings. So sometimes the market doesn't always reflect that. But we have the solid performance to show you.
Thank you, Chair. We have a lady in the middle. Would you introduce yourself for us, please? Thank you.
Carrie.
Afternoon.
One second. Yeah.
Carrie, yeah, man. Kerry, you, because you remember shareholders are here to make recommendations also, you know, and you can give us your thoughts also, because we know from whence you come. Okay, so if anybody know you, okay, because, so, you, do you have any other ideas that you would like to share with us? I mean, I said I outlined kind of what our strategy is. You know what I mean? If you have any ideas to share with us, we are open to it. You know what I mean? Open, let's see what we can. So if you want to.
Okay, I'll give you my mic and then I'll take it back, sanitize, and we'll go again.
Yes, shareholder Kerry Berry again. Okay, so the way that I see this the company, when I came here first, I didn't believe the whole love thing. So I'm going to really be sarcastic. I really didn't. And I have, this is about, I would say my sixth at the AGM. And what I seen you have done is transform thought leadership and relationship management. It's not just lip service, but I read this. Let me see, I hope I can find, oh, here it is. And it says, to build on the foundation, the exceptional, it's on page 56, to build on the foundation, the Exceptional Life Mentorship Program was launched in 2020. And it seeks to create an organizational environment in which team players can achieve their full potential. When you have a company that wants the stakeholders, the management, the board, the shareholders, the clients, and the staff to have full understanding of a money market that we're not taught in schools, it pushes the bar that much higher, and there's nothing that I can really say to contribute. I mean, that is at its highest level an achievement of understanding communication and teaching that is par excellence and uncommon.
But thank you for that compliment. But just to say to all of you that you have pushed us, you have made us better by each year coming and making your comments. Your comments are highly valued. So don't believe that what you're saying isn't pushing us. It pushes us each time, and we thank you for this. As we say, it is unpaid for consultancy. So
Thank you, Kerry. Ma'am, could you continue? Thank you so much for your patience. Would you introduce yourself for us,
Sure.
please?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Nicola Borrowlee. I have one question which I wrote very early in the game, and you have been making mention of it in your recent comments. On page 54, you have the group continues to be guided by its dividend policy. I heard it's a balancing act, but what exactly is your policy? Because dividends do excite shareholders.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Initially, when we came to the market, we made it plain that we had a share dividend policy of 15 to 30% of profits per year. However, there were times, and I remember a couple of times, in which, not because we didn't make profits, but because of the uncertainty of the market, we have come to the shareholders on time and say that let us, just like shareholder Rose was saying at times, is it possible to hold back on dividends because of the uncertainties in the market? And we have been upfront with you and said this year we may not, and so on. But other times when we have had exceptional results, we have tried to make it do at a higher rate at that point in time. So while we are guided by the 15 to 30%, we have now recognized that based on our, and I think Keith mentioned that, based on how we are growing the company, sometimes you will recognize that our share of profits that we take in a company gives us boost in our profits, add to our values, but it doesn't equal that amount of cash. Dividend requires cash, and we are now formulating how do we always find that balance between cash and profits to ensure that shareholders get a good dividend return. We are conscious of it, and we always take that into consideration. As we said, but if you look, we haven't been too bad through the years, because 23 cents to 85 cents, it's near 4 times over a period of time. But it's something that we continually assess, and we listen to our shareholders and see how we can actually do it, to give you a return in your hand, as well as to drive the price of the shares.
Thank you.
Last year, the government, if you remember, the BOJ had actually requested no payment of dividend. As soon as that was lifted, we paid that dividend. I think like the month after, we paid something. And this year, we have paid an extra. So if you notice that it is higher this year at 85 cents. So that is one of our highest dividend payments. And we always assess it and to see how we balance.
That's not unusual.
Yeah.
No. But 15 to 30% or 35% is quite wide. So I'm just saying if you can hone, a little more on the details.
We hear you.
From a shareholder standpoint.
No, we hear you. You know that we don't.
You're the majority.
No. What you
top
say
10
here,
shareholders?
it is important. Yes, absolutely. What you say here is important to us and guides us when we come to our decisions.
I'll be listening.
Right, but while we don't go and make a promise, I think Mr. Steep will always tell you that we hear and we listen and we do what we can.
And there are other companies that do make a promise and try to live up to it. If they miss the mark, then they explain.
Okay.
Challenge.
All right.
Okay.
So you'd prefer that then?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Chair. Al, did you have a question, Al? Yeah. Al, could you introduce yourself for us, please, once you get the microphone? The gentleman is coming your way. Thank you.
Cheers. Hello. Good afternoon there.
Good afternoon.
I've always thought that...
I'm sorry, Al. I know most of us know you, but a few don't. Would you introduce yourself for us?
Yes, my name is Al Edwards
from
the new digital publication, Hour Today. It's
Thank
independent, started and founded by myself.
Hi.
Given what we've heard today, the genesis, the evolution of Jamaican money market brokers, the fact it's now an integrated financial service provider, it has a presence in the Caribbean. It occurs to me, at least, that it could well have a presence in the diaspora. I'm talking more particularly in the U.S., North America. The UK, I'm from the UK, I'm second generation. But what I see is, given what it's done, it could perform well in those markets, particularly in places which have more robust currencies, people with more disposable income. It's a brand with a unique history, which I think a lot of people would gravitate and coalesce around. Have you thought about establishing a presence in the diaspora markets?
Keith, you don't want to take this? You take this one.
So we have, right? We have over the years we have looked at it. I mean, I remember I went on a trip to the UK, and we have even sponsored diaspora functions, and to really get a feel of the market. But we know that within even our client base, and Carolyn CD, Carolyn can advise me, because you can't solicit business from the diaspora, right? But you know, we have many clients from overseas, from within the diaspora, who want to do business, who do business with us. So therefore, it's something that we have considered, but I think it's something that we need to put back on based on the relationship we have and the numbers that we have doing business with us from a diaspora. We'd have to look at the concentration levels and all of those various things to see where and what and how. Is it a digital presence? Because, you know, you have digital banks now. Is that digital presence that you do? How would you look to access that market or to move into that market segment? Because it doesn't have to be a physical footprint anymore. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Sir Keith. A question here online from a shareholder in Trinidad and Tobago, Adam Ramfol. He's asking, what's the reason for the share buyback? I think it's coming out of a recent comment that Keith would have just spoken to not too long ago. What's the reason for the share exploring, I guess, a share buyback in Trinidad and Tobago, given the reality that the stock is trading so much higher in Trinidad than in Jamaica?
No. The question, I think there is cross purposes. I think Keith was actually suggesting that last year we did say that we are going to be setting up a share buyback, but Keith was now pointing out that you have to get regulatory approval.
Yes.
And that is what Keith was saying, that was outstanding. But
what we are putting in place is many companies in the developed markets have share buyback programs, right? This is not like a one-off buyback where you're going to say you're going to buy back a chunk of shares from the market. What their board approved was for $300 million to be used in this buyback program. What you do in a buyback program is that if the shares sell off for non-fundamental reasons, that there is technical support that you provide, because your share price may be selling off for just on low volumes, and there's nothing fundamentally driving it. When your share price, our share price should really be up at 60, but if every time it hits a resistance level, there's no support for it, then people don't have the confidence that your share price will move. So therefore, this is what we want to do with the share buyback program, which we've been trying to pull together and implement over for the last year, but we have a last hurdle that we need to cross it to get it done so we can provide support at those technical levels. So it's not a one-off, but Trinidad, the TTSE needs to sign off on that, right? And then we have the effect. There is another phenomenon that drives our share price, and it is the cross-selling between Jamaica and Trinidad, right? So, and this is happening for cross-listed stocks, not only JMMB, but where stocks are bought in Trinidad and they're sold in Jamaica, and then there's FX purchase. They use the proceeds of the sale of the stock to purchase FX, as there is a FX dynamic in Trinidad, and there's sometimes a shortfall in FX flows, and so it's a good mechanism to be able to access FX in Trinidad. That also creates a ceiling on the price, because as soon as they buy the stock and you buy it at a higher price in Trinidad, as the shareholder just said, you move it to Jamaica and you sell it at a lower price because you are accessing US dollars, which you need to do your business, right? And that is what is that also puts a ceiling on our price from time to time. So those are the areas that we need to address so that our stock price can have a more freely upward movement. So, I mean, I think I've been kind of, I've just kind of want to outline the strategy, the buyback, looking at dividend, your shareholder.
Borley.
Remind me?
Ms. Borley.
Yes, Borrell, thank you very much. No, that is what we need to look at. Where do we want our dividend yield to be, and how do we get it there with the constraints that we have while we manage growth? Because we want to continue to grow, because if you look at the book value, it's moving. It's moving in the right direction. Where we need is a market value for it to reflect it. And we need to be able to, how do we find that balance? And I'm glad that you have that, this discourse with us, so we can really focus on it and provide shareholders with more guidance, and we can pay more attention to it, and to be speaking a more informed way about it. Okay, to you, the shareholders. Thank you very much for that.
Excellent conversation. Thank you, Sir Keith. I'd like to, here's a gentleman here with his hand raised.
Mr. Chair, pleasant afternoon. Lancel Bloomfield is the name.
Yes, Mr. Bloomfield.
On the matter of dividend policy, what will be the dividend policy going forward for the preference shares, a majority of which are variable rates? Are you planning on giving us more fixed rate preference shares than what exists now with the variable rates?
All right.
Thank you.
No, well, for preference shares, that's another matter, because that we have now given a contractual rate. Usually what it means, we are raising funds at these contractual rates, and it depends on where the market is at the time. For ordinary shareholders, they take the risk because it is the profits that determine the yield to them. With the preference shares, it is a specific yield based on what the market is saying at the time we issue it and what people are willing to do for it. So, yeah.
No, we have pref shares that are variable. We have preference shares that are variable, correct? And so when interest rates go down, your return goes down, right? When interest rates go up, like they're going up now, and I think they will be tied to Treasury bill, and Treasury bill is around 8% now, then your return goes up. That is what you call a hedge, right? In other words, interest rates go down, you feel it when, in terms of if you bought a variable rate preference share. But when interest rates go up, now you're supposed to be feeling good, because BOJ makes sure everybody feeling good right now if you're a preference shareholder, right? But we do understand, that is not a dividend policy, as I actually say, that's contractual. So you have variable rate and you have fixed rate. A fixed rate, you can't vary that rate. There's no index that you relate it to. So you have fixed rate and you have variable rate, and we have preference shareholders that have variable and fixed rate preference shares.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And we do a mix of those.
Okay, so back to Mr. Staple. I'm so sorry.
As Donna will always remind us, we have to manage the company in the best interest of all. So we have the shareholders, we have company. The company itself has to grow. If not, your investment won't be worth it later on. So we have shown the growth. So we have to manage it in the best interest of all.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just invite Mr. Staple and then back to Al, because I think we can wrap after that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, quickly.
Yes.
I have my doubts as to share buyback by the company. I have my doubts as to what is happening there. Is it that the share buyback means that they are going to own your shares, own the ordinary shares, which lessens the input of the ordinary shareholder in the company? We can talk about that afterwards.
Okay.
But I have my doubts as to the share buyback. My doubts. Mr. Chair, my question. Why is the market capitalization of the group shareholding in associated company is below its carrying value, which is considered an indicator of impairment? And if you speak about impairment, it would mean increasing our expenses and reducing our profit.
What page is that? Ask Patrick.
Why is it the market capitalization of the group's shareholding in associated company is below its carrying value, which is considered an indicator of impairment?
Remember, it's the SFC stocks are listed on the Canadian Stock Exchange, Toronto Stock Exchange. So it's just as though we are discussing here, Mr. Staple, in terms of the price at which the JMMB shares are trading versus its underlying book value and also its intrinsic value. So once the value of the share is trading below its value, it's one of the indicators in the standard that you have to assess for impairment. However, as part of our audit exercise, we would have done that assessment, we would have done the valuation, and our value at which the shares, the book value of the company far exceeds what it's trading at as its present time. But that's just a process that has to be done once the share value is trading below its book value.
So how would the term impairment comes into place?
It's in the standard, it's documented as a trigger, and what it says is that once the value is below, it's an indication and you should assess whether or not it is so. So we have done the assessment and it is not so, based on our valuations that we would have conducted.
Quickly, Mr. Chair, quickly. Turn with me to page 11. Page 11 of the financial statements. In 2021, Mr. Chair.
You sure that's page 11, Mr. Staple? That's the chairman's report.
Yes.
Oh, the accounts.
Accounts. JMMB consolidated statement profit and loss and comprehensive account income.
Oh, other comprehensive income, yes.
Mr. Chair, in 2021, total receivable, total revenue, and when I say total, I mean all the revenues, accounted for $36.1 billion. And that $36.1 billion cost $28.4 billion, which gave us a profit of $7.7 billion in 2021, which means that out of every dollar of that revenue that was earned, 79 cents went to expenses, and 11 cents went to profit. In 2022, Mr. Chair, total revenue was $48 billion, and that $48 billion cost $36 billion, which gave us a profit of $12 billion. Of every dollar of that revenue that was earned, it cost us 75 cents, and we made a profit of 25 cents. What is interesting, Mr. Chair, is that incrementally, that is, in 2022, we had a revenue of $11.9 billion incremental. And that $11.9 billion cost us $8 billion, which gave us an incremental profit of $4.3 billion. Of that, every dollar of that revenue, Mr. Chair, we earned 64 cents. It cost us 64 cents, and we earned a net profit of 36 cents. Mr. Chair, I would like to congratulate our hard-working employees and our board of directors and all concerned in making this company a profitable one. I am sure we will continue to see these profits increasing, and I'm sure, Mr. Chair, we will see our dividends continue to increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Staple.
Thank you, Mr. Staple. Al Edwards, you had one more question?
Earlier in the presentation, you showed a snippet of a documentary. It looked pretty good. I was just wondering, when will that documentary come out, and on what platform can one see it?
You're speaking of the digital... Oh,
the Joan Duncan documentary.
Oh. The Joan Duncan.
Thank you, Al. And so we are very excited that Mommy has been awarded this honor, and we're going to work on a video coming out, right? So, right in October, and to give the story, because it's a Jamaican story. In October, we'll tell you. We're not sure exactly. But we have our YouTube. You want to say Sue? Or Kerry? Come give the details about that. Thank you. But thanks, Al, for that, because we want everybody to look out for that. It's an inspiring story.
All right, yes. Thank you guys. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared. But so this video will be coming out on the end of October. And then we will kind of do some snippets in terms of putting it out on all of our Facebook, YouTube, and it will be cut on our Instagram and stuff. So we will definitely put out the information for you, and then we will push it out to everybody, all right? Thank you.
Yeah. Great. And while I'm here, just to say quick, the best interest of all, it means the best interest of the shareholder, the best interest of team members. So that means this is why this conversation about the dividend payment is very important, payout or policy, and we will come back next year with clarity around what that looks like in terms of the best interest of our shareholder. How does our shareholder return? Is it performing the way we want it to perform? And we will have more conversation about that. That's what best interest means. Our team members, we look out, how are we giving total return to the shareholder, the dividend ratio, and also the price, what is happening with the price. We've turned our attention to that to make sure that we are really looking out for the best interests of our team members, our clients, and our shareholders. Right?
Just to add to that, right?
Yeah, man.
Just to add to that. No, dividends have to be a part of your strategy, as Donna is saying. So we have to, when we are projecting forward, we have to take that into account based on the metrics, if we're in the best interest of our client, based on that metrics and meeting the needs of our clients and total return, inclusive of dividend, we have to project for that going forward. That's where we know that's a learning that we have now. That is not only after you make your profits and you analyze and you say, okay, that's where we are, we can share up why. No, we need to plan based on the total return to see where we want dividends to be, and then so that our clients get a dividend yield which they are comfortable with, but maybe we'll not be able to make that. We say maybe we would like to have an ideal dividend yield of 6% or 5% or 4%. But then you might say, when you come back, we say we can do 3, but they really want to be 6. You understand what I'm saying? So that we understand why, because we know that this will work, but it's openness and transparency with your shareholders and having the conversation. That's what's important. And I thank you for pushing back on it. But it make really go do the harder work to come back and really define the thing. All right? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you all for the questions. We have some other business to do, and we will start with the resolutions. I think Caroline had read a number of them already, but we will now take the resolutions and start with resolution 1, and we're going to ask a member who is physically present to move each of these. We have one, that the reports of the directors and auditors and the audited accounts for the year ended March 31, 2022, circulated with a notice convening the meeting be adopted. I now ask. So Mr. Staple moves, seconded by? Miss? Kerry Tate. Okay, thanks.
Kerry Tate.
All right. Tate. Okay. So the report and the accounts have been in your hands for more than a statutory period, and we shall be pleased to deal with, well, we have dealt with the questions. So the votes, we will now ask the results for the votes, or ask members to vote, a show of hands. Those in favor? Please hold those up because we need to get them. We'll add it to those on the platform. Those against? Okay. Carolyn, in the meantime, can I go to resolution 2? Or I have to wait on the results? 30 seconds. It's coming up now. The results are in. Votes for, 107. Votes against, nil. So the results are carried. Thank you, and thank you to KPMG. For resolution 2, that the interim dividends of 60 cents paid on September 9, 2021, 25 cents paid on January 7, 2022, and 25 cents paid on July 11, 2022, make a total payment of $1.10 for the year, be and are hereby ratified and declared as a final, and that no further dividend be paid in respect of the year just ended. I ask a shareholder to second the resolution, or to move the resolution. Give us the full name. Mark Barton. Move. Seconded. Jean June Campbell. Okay, cause not really, I don't know about Sheila Campbell. Okay. So all in favor? Carolyn, your comment. Those against? Okay. We know 30, huh? None against. All right. So it is carried, but we'll get the results. No, but no, we don't know if anybody on the platform voted against, so we have to wait for the 30 seconds. Okay. The resolution, the results, 6 are against and there were 91 votes for, so the resolution is carried. And thank you all. Now for resolution 3. Yes, yes. Okay. There is a proposal from a member that we deal with resolution 3 en bloc. And do we have anybody seconding that motion? Yeah. Seconded? Okay. Do we have anybody against? Anybody for? Oh, so do I take it everybody else is for? Let me see the hands of those for. All right. And none against? Or yeah. Yeah. And none against. So therefore, we will right. Right. Okay. I see. Okay. Mr. Staple and Mrs. Teep, because we had set up everything online with 3A, B, C, D, and they have voted that way, it's not possible to, in fact, take it en bloc, as we used to do when we have everyone here. Yeah, when it was not virtual, it was fine to do that. So we'll have to take it individually as the system of voting online was that. So therefore, 3A, the directors retiring from office by rotation pursuant to Article 105 of the company's Articles of Incorporation are Mrs. Audrey Wells, Mr. Andrew White, Mr. H. Wayne Powell, Mr. Wayne Sutherland, and they have offered themselves for re-election. So we now have 3A. Yes? The pictures. What happens is that not all of them were able to be here physically, but I think we did show their pictures earlier on. Audrey Wells and Andrew White, is it?
Page 19
okay.
and 20.
Page 19 and 20 of the annual. Oh, that is Mr. Andrew White on screen. All right. And then Mrs. Audrey Wells, so you have seen them. And the two Waynes are here, Mr. Wayne Powell, and Mr. Wayne Sutherland. So thank you. So 3A, I now ask a shareholder to propose that Mrs. Audrey Wells, who retires by rotation and being eligible for re-election, be and is hereby re-elected director of the company. Mark Barton proposes, and Ms. Joan P. Campbell seconded. Those in favor? Keep the hands up so that we can. Those against? Okay. We have 96 for and 1 against, so the motion is carried. Resolution 3A. We move to Resolution 3B, that Mr. Andrew White, who retires by rotation and being eligible for re-election, be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Can we have someone moving the resolution? Andrew Verhagen, okay. Seconded by? We need a seconder. Ms. Campbell again. Okay. All in favor? Those against? None against? Okay, we have 79 for and 2 against. The motion is carried. That's Resolution 3B. We move on to Resolution 3C, that Mr. Mr. H. Wayne Powell, who retires by rotation and being eligible for re-election, be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. Mr. Staple moves, seconded. Can I have your name?
Jerry Banton.
Jerry Banton. Thanks. All in favor? Those against? I have those numbers. Okay. Okay. Okay, we have 70 votes for and 3 against. The motion is carried. And then we move to 3D, that Mr. Wayne Sutherland, who retires by rotation and being eligible for re-election, be and is hereby re-elected a director of the company. See Mr. Staple moves and Mr. Barton seconds. All in favor? You have all the people from this, okay. And those against? None against so far. Okay. Well. Thank you. So we have votes for 71, votes against 2, and therefore the resolution is carried. Thank you. And we move to resolution 4, that KPMG Chartered Accountants, having agreed to continue in office as auditors, be and are hereby appointed auditors of the company to hold office until the next annual general meeting at a remuneration to be fixed by the directors of the company. Can I have a shareholder move it? Mr. Staple, thank you. Seconded. Raquel
Codner.
Codner. Thank you, Ms. Codner. Those in favor? Yeah, those against? There being no numbers now, okay. Okay, we have 80 votes for and 1 against, and therefore the resolution 4 is carried. Now on to resolution 5, that the amount included in the audit accounts of the company for the year ended March 31, 2022, as remuneration for their services as directors be and is hereby approved. I ask a shareholder and Mr. Codner, Mr. Marco Barton, so moved and seconded. Ms. Campbell. Those in favor? Those against? Okay, coming up to the results. It's saying 76 votes for and none against. The motion is carried, and thank you, shareholders. It is now 3 minutes to 2, only 1 hour behind. So as we close, I would like to extend our gratitude to all who made this event a success. Our valued shareholders, the truth is we missed you, and we look forward to next year even bigger. our clients, team members, auditors, registrars, attorneys, media personnel, fellow directors, thank you. Over the past 30 years, you, our shareholders and clients, have made this organization an exemplar in the financial industry. You have stuck with us through it all. You have kept us on our toes and have made us even better. We thank you. This has been an informative meeting, and we owe a debt of gratitude to the entire JMMB Group team for ensuring the smooth execution of the AGM. Special thanks to Keith and his team, who, as usual, have given a very informative presentation. The presentations and the details shared with us today have certainly been instructive and useful. It is our hope that you have actually gained more insight into the group's affairs. I would be remiss if I did not extend a special thanks to Susan Hendricks. You see, she just came up here and spoke a while ago. Stephanie Log Lawrence, Jessica Chung, Lorian Jackson, Kadian Johnson, I haven't seen Kadian, and Carolyn DaCosta, who worked on the annual report as well as the AGM. A special thank you to Mark White and his team, Visual Tech Jamaica, and George Henry and his Affinity team. You see, new language, you know. Michael Kelly from M Squared and the Jamaica Pegasus team, who supported us in executing our shareholders meeting. Once again, I thank you for your attendance. Again, we miss you. Please continue to follow the protocols and keep safe as we say, see you next year. Thank you.
JMMB Moneyline is the unique online banking and investment system for you. Online transfers, bill payments, and buying and selling stocks. Simply log in and access JMMB Moneyline. Drive easy with JMMB, offering loans for new and used cars from JMMB Bank and protection through JMMB Insurance Brokers.
Come take some of this. Come eat, man. Come stand up and take. Come see the man. You see him.
You make me miss a picture with the fire.
JMMB Moneyline is the unique online banking and investment system for you. Online transfers, bill payments, and buying and selling stocks. Simply log in and access JMMB Moneyline. Drive easy with
I just want the shareholders who are here to know that we have prepared lunches for you, and you can collect your lunch pack on the outside. Okay?
JMMB Moneyline is the unique online banking and investment system for you. Online transfers, bill payments, and buying and selling stocks. Simply log in and access JMMB Moneyline. Drive easy with JMMB, offering loans for new and used cars from JMMB Bank and protection through JMMB Insurance Brokers. Like lifelong friends, JMMB has your best interest at heart. Contact a JMMB advisor today and let's take on your future together.
JMMB and me.
Tap and go with the JMMB Bank Visa debit card. Enjoy the convenience of paying directly from your JMMB Bank checking or savings account. Online shopping is also a breeze. Invest in stocks on the Jamaica Stock Exchange through JMMB. You can buy and sell stocks online all on your own. Like lifelong friends, JMMB has your best interest at heart. Contact a JMMB advisor today and let's take on your future together.
JMMB and me.
JMMB Moneyline is the unique online banking and investment system for you. Online transfers, bill payments, and buying and selling stocks. Simply log in and access JMMB Moneyline. Drive easy with JMMB, offering loans for new and used cars from JMMB Bank and protection through JMMB Insurance Brokers. Like lifelong friends, JMMB has your best interest at heart. Contact a JMMB advisor today and let's take on your future together.
JMMB and me.
Tap and go with the JMMB Bank Visa debit card. Enjoy the convenience of paying directly from your JMMB Bank checking or savings account. Online shopping is also a breeze. Invest in stocks on the Jamaica Stock Exchange through JMMB. You can buy and sell stocks online all on your own. Like lifelong friends, JMMB has your best interest at heart. Contact a JMMB advisor today and let's take on your future together.
JMMB and me.
JMMB Moneyline is the unique online banking and investment system for you. Online transfers, bill payments, and buying and selling stocks. Simply log in and access JMMB Moneyline. Drive easy with JMMB, offering loans for new and used cars from JMMB Bank and protection through JMMB Insurance Brokers. Like lifelong friends, JMMB has your best interest at heart. Contact a JMMB advisor today and let's take on your future together.
JMMB and me.